So welcome to the TPC and UCLA Conference on International Tax Reform. We're delighted that so many of you could be here with us today for what promises to be a very enlightening discussion. We'd like to thank the TPC for what has really grown into a fruitful collaboration with UCLA and area law schools. It's provided a great opportunity to bring top policy analysts and academics together into the same room to discuss timely topics. So today's panels are going to focus on inversions, the ever-evolving debate between worldwide and territorial tax systems, and multilateral approaches to reform. Alan and John are going to kick things off with a discussion of the politics of international tax reform. John Talisman, to the far left, is currently a principal at Capital Tax Partners, one of the preeminent tax consulting firms in DC. Prior to joining that firm, he had a very distinguished career on the Hill. Most notably, he served as the Assistant Secretary of the Treasury for Tax Policy during the Clinton administration. He also served as legislation counsel for the Joint Committee on Taxation. And then to my left, Alan Auerbach is the Robert D. Birch Professor of Economics and Law at Berkeley. He's also the director of the Birch Center for Tax Policy and Public Finance. Alan also spent a little time on the Hill. Back in 1992, he served as the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Joint Committee on Taxation. So John and Alan are going to each speak for about 20 to 25 minutes, and then we'll open up the discussion.
You want to stare?
John, it's up to you. It's your show.
Do we need a clip? Well, good morning and good afternoon to those on the East Coast who are watching. One caveat, I learned all the economics I know from Alan Auerbach when I was at the University, so anything I say that's incorrect from an economic standpoint is going to be. My role is to set the table from a political standpoint and putting international reform in the context of overall reform. So what are the potential drivers of tax reform? What is causing the debate over tax reform today? Well, interestingly enough, international tax reform is a big driver for what's going on with tax reform. So competitiveness and growth, are we an outlier? The question in Washington is, all of a sudden we seem to be out of balance with the rest of the world. And the reason that we're out of balance are really a couple things. First of all, our corporate tax rates are higher than the rest of the world. If you look at our corporate tax rate relative to the OECD average, and again, this is marginal tax rates, I want to stress that, but our marginal tax rate is now the highest of the OECD. There's only two countries that have a higher marginal tax rate than we do. That's Chad and the United Arab Emirates, two of our major trading partners. So it's good to know that we have a few major trading partners with higher rates than we do. But in 1986, when we lowered our corporate tax rate down to 35% at the federal level, everybody else sort of followed suit. What happened over time is everybody sort of moved past us and kept going. And so we're now out of balance with the rest of the world. And so that's something that's causing concern in Washington. But as you can see from this next chart, while we have the highest corporate tax rate in the world, we actually don't raise as much money as other countries from our corporate tax system as a percentage of GDP. And the reason for that is really twofold. One is we have a lot of exceptions to the base, including broader accelerated depreciation and other issues, expenditures through the tax system. And secondly, we also have a lot of pass-through entities, more pass-through entities than the rest of the world. So certainly as a share of GDP, we're not raising a lot of money relative to the rest of the world. Jane Gravel actually also has done a study of the effective tax rates and has found that our effective tax rates are actually relatively consistent with the OECD. So when we're talking about marginal tax rates, we're out of balance, but when you're talking about effective tax rates, not so much. The other thing that has caused us to go out of balance is that other countries have moved to territorial regimes. And put a list up here. The two most recent converts that are major trading partners are Japan and the UK. But as you can see, we're really the only major country that still has a, quote, worldwide system. Of course, our worldwide system is a hybrid because of deferral, but we are a system that does impose a residual tax, whereas most other countries that we compete with have now moved to a territorial regime. And this is creating a lot of concern amongst the tax policymakers because there's concern about, are U.S. businesses now competitive relative to foreign businesses and competing overseas? Are they also, as we've seen from the inversions debate, are we a competitive headquarters location relative to the rest of the world? And then also the concern, which is a concern with our hybrid approach, the concern about locked-out earnings or residual tax, which causes locked-out earnings. Now, one thing I want to raise, because it's not really mentioned much in the debate, but I want to raise it so we can see the picture, is that we actually, as a country, are raising relatively less money than the rest of the world as a share of GDP, and this includes state and federal taxes. So this chart shows that we're in the high 20% as far as GDP, as far as the taxes we raise, whereas most of our competitors are in the mid-30s, even heading into the 40% range. And most of the difference is made up with the fact that we do not have a federal consumption tax. We obviously have sales taxes, and our sales taxes are running around 4% of GDP. Most of the other countries in the world have value-added taxes, and their consumption taxes run anywhere from 10 to 12% of GDP. So that 6 to 8% difference is what really makes up the difference between our tax system and the rest of the world. And one of the things that's interesting is when I was on the Hill back in the 1990s, where I learned all my economics from Alan, all of the discussion was about consumption taxes. We should move to a consumption tax and replace the income tax with a consumption tax. Chairman Archer said we should rip the code out by its roots and replace it with a sales tax. That didn't happen, and now what's interesting is 10 years later we're really talking about 86 style reform, which is broadening the base and lowering the rates. And really the only person in Washington recently who's been talking about a consumption tax is Senator Cardin on the finance. Okay, so we've talked about all the reasons why we're an outlier. What are some of the other reasons that are driving tax reform? Well, deficit reduction is a big issue and has been a big issue in Washington. But it's actually slowing down in importance, in perceived importance, and there's going to be reasons for that. So looking at this chart, this is the most recent CBO display of the deficits. And I like this chart because it shows that the only 4 years we ever ran a surplus were the 4 years I was a treasurer. But if you look at this chart, you can see right around 2008, 2009, 2010, obviously we were running substantial deficits because of the recession. But after that, it's starting to narrow and it's gotten much better. The picture, the short-term picture, is actually getting quite good in relative terms. And the reason for that is that Congress, despite the fact that there has been gridlock, that gridlock has led to them taking certain steps, including the Budget Control Act, sequestration, and the Taxpayer Relief Act, all of which had an effect on controlling deficits, as well as obviously the effects, the short-term effects of controlling healthcare costs. So all of those items actually have had an effect in the short run. The question is really what do our deficits look like in the long run? But because of the fatigue of having dealt with deficits, I think deficits have actually become a little less important in the tax reform debate than they were, let's say, 2 or 3 years ago. And so this is a picture of what we're facing. This is a Treasury slide, so I apologize because there is some rhetoric in here, and I don't necessarily, I'm not saying they're wrong, I'm not the one who came up with it. So, but the Medicare and Medicaid number, as you can see, there's substantial growth in the out years in Medicare and Medicaid. And our healthcare spending is really going to be driving our long-term structural deficits, and that's important for us to deal with, and we need to deal with that both from a tax standpoint and probably from a healthcare spending standpoint. So that's clearly another issue that's driving tax reform, but I think of less importance than it was, let's say, 3 years ago. Okay, so moving on, structural problems is another issue that could be a driver of tax reform. Again, while there's a lot of talk about our structural problems, actually, this again is of minor import actually in Washington as far as what's actually driving the debate. People will make noise about it. You have the traditional extenders. When Steve Rosenthal and I were at the Joint Committee, I think it was about a 2-page pamphlet of extenders. Now it's about 16 pages in smaller font size. So we have the extenders that come up every year that we have to deal with. We actually extended them for a period of 9 days at the end of the year last year. And we have the...
That's the last time, right?
Right, the last time, exactly. We reinstated PEP and Ps, which obviously has an effect on taxpayers as they calculate their taxes. Income phase-outs, which play on a lot of tax issues. As we saw this week with the 5929 discussion, education incentives and discussions around education incentives and trying to simplify those areas, and taxpayer confusion about which one is the best for them and those sorts of issues. And then just uncertainty. Do we actually have a tax system that actually creates complexity, confusion, and uncertainty for taxpayers, which makes tax planning that much more difficult? So this is always something that politicians will make a lot of noise about, but in point of fact, it's not something that actually drives the debate in my opinion. Okay, so recently, interestingly enough, we have some other issues that are starting to drive the debate, and the most important one, I think, is income disparity. And the president made recent proposals to change the capital gains rate, raise it up to 28%. He also proposed to get rid of stepped-up basis of death. All of that is to address income disparity issues. Now, what's interesting, and I'm quoting the TPC, but actually I've only seen the news articles on it. I haven't had time to read it yet. But my understanding is their analysis is that most of the benefit of the president's proposals goes to the lower end and not to the middle class in their distribution tables, and while the effects are felt obviously at the other end. So, okay, so moving on to international tax reform. This may be the easiest place for us to find consensus, as of right now, at least political consensus. Obviously, amongst people in the room, I would guess that there's probably a lot of different opinions, but politically, we seem to be moving more to a consensus, and I think that's driven by this notion that we're an outlier. And as I said before, I think the international tax reform problem is also driving a lot of the tax reform debate, which is interesting. But the other interesting thing is that you can't do international tax reform really by itself. So even though there's a consensus building around international tax reform where it's getting close, I think it's a very difficult sale to do tax reform for multinationals and not for anybody else. So I think it's ultimately, and this, we're going to talk about this further, but that's a reason why some of the impediments to doing some of the other things in tax reform may inhibit the ability to do international tax reform. Okay, so let's look at this really quickly. There is a consensus, and I'm going to bring these all up at once. There's a consensus amongst the parties, the major players, about the need to do international tax reform. Secretary Liu gave a speech in mid-January saying we needed to lower the rates and close loopholes, but we also needed to do something to fix our backward international tax rules. Okay, so he's focused on international tax. Chairman Ryan, when he released his budget, when he was Budget Committee Chairman, also said our U.S. international system is out of sync with the standard used by the majority of other countries, and Hatch has said we can't be competitive with our current treatment of taxation of foreign source business income. So they're all talking about our system being backwards, needing to be fixed, and out of balance with the rest of the world from a competitive standpoint. So there does seem to be relative consensus amongst the three major players in tax policy regarding the need for international tax reform. And again, what are the current criticisms? Well, we talked about this a little bit. Our worldwide base hinders U.S. multinational competitiveness. This has been demonstrated by the fact that companies are now inverting to change residency. Other countries are also adopting IP boxes in order to attract intellectual property into their country and also research and manufacturing into their country. As the BEPS project moves to a nexus approach, that will even become more substantial. And then the lockout effect distortion, repatriation being a taxable event, causes people to keep their money overseas. And obviously, the high U.S. tax rate magnifies these criticisms, and we'll talk about that further. Chairman Baucus, who's no longer chairman, he obviously left to be ambassador to China. He put out an international discussion draft, and basically he laid out 5 principles for doing it. He wants to make us competitive in foreign markets. He wants to reduce the incentives for companies to income strip and shift profits overseas. He wants to reduce the desire to invert headquarters location, and he wants to eliminate the lockout effect. And then last, he obviously makes the same noise politicians always make, which is he wants to simplify the tax code. So, major driving force. Chairman Camp, last year in February, put out his discussion draft, and then later in the year he introduced it as a bill. It was H.R. 1. It provides a territorial regime in part, but it's more of a hybrid territorial regime. And the reason is it provides a 95% dividend exemption, so there's no residual tax except on 5%, and that's meant to substitute for expense disallowance. He raises the money to pay for that in 3 ways. He imposes a one-time immediate transition tax on offshore earnings. He also has a base erosion proposal which expands subpart F, which applies to income above 10% of basis and depreciable tangible property. So there's no deferral on that income, and therefore it's a hybrid territorial system because anything that's subject to it loses the benefit of deferral and is subject to immediate worldwide taxation. And he applies a 15% rate to that. Now that is both a carrot and a stick. So if you have that income and you're exporting intangible property or property with intangible property, you would get the benefit of that as well, so that there would only be a 15% rate on that. And then he imposes sin cap rules that are very much similar to what the Germans have in place and sort of what the BEPS project is talking about in the context of thin cap rules, although the BEPS project would take a much narrower stance on it. Going back to Camp Option C, to the transition tax on offshore earnings, if it becomes evident that tax reform isn't going to happen, I think that we will see additional pressure this year to do a repatriation holiday in the context of the transportation bill. And again, the issue will be how do you structure such a one-time transition tax to actually raise money in the window, which may be that the business community won't like what they see once they see it. But there certainly will be pressure to do that. Senator Paul and Senator Boxer released a proposal yesterday to do that, and Congressman Delaney has a proposal also to do it. So we'll see additional pressure on that. I'm going to skip Chairman Baucus, but Chairman Baucus, the important part of this slide is he also was moving to a minimum tax approach, a territorial approach. He had 100% dividend exemption, but the important part is, again, he's not that far off from Chairman Camp. His minimum tax, the base is high, the base is larger, and he would also impose a minimum tax of 20% instead of 15%. Obama, the president, has had a framework out there with an international minimum tax. It has been unclear whether he eliminates the residual tax. Jack Lew's speech that he gave this month, would indicate that he's not going to impose a residual tax on after the international minimum tax, which means he's also moving to a hybrid territorial system with the minimum tax. So, okay. The BEPS project, and Alan's going to talk about this in more detail than I am, but the BEPS project will have an interesting element to all of this, which is as other countries move to eliminate base erosion, and if they actually do, it may make it easier politically for us to move to a territorial system. And the reason being that if other countries are actually shutting down the ability to profit shift, that could make it easier for the U.S. to move to a territorial system from a competitive standpoint. Okay, so why hasn't, with all this consensus, why hasn't international tax reform happened? And I sort of alluded to this. There are a couple reasons why international tax reform is difficult, but I'm going to get to reasons why corporate and individual tax reform are even harder, and I think it has to travel, as I said before, with those. So, real quickly, there are key constituencies in the Democratic Party in particular that are concerned that it provides an incentive to ship jobs overseas. So there are constituencies that believe moving to a territorial system will cause job shifting overseas. And so they argue that we should eliminate deferral and tax foreign income as it is earned. Former Chairman Wyden, now the ranking member of the Finance Committee, has had a bipartisan tax proposal with Senator Coates, and that proposal would eliminate deferral. So there is at least one major proposal out there that would eliminate deferral, and certainly that's a concern. And they believe that that would end the tax advantage of foreign over domestic investment. Secondly, there has been uncertainty regarding the President's proposal up to now. The President hasn't been clear as to whether he favored a territorial versus a worldwide regime, and he also hasn't talked about the need for international tax reform very much. So that really hasn't moved the ball much. And finally, the base erosion proposals that have been made by Camp and obviously by Baucus, those proposals could actually raise effective tax rates on multinational sectors. Now, obviously, as I said before, BEPS may mitigate this concern, because if they're actually having to pay tax on their income overseas, the fact that they have to pay it to the U.S. instead of overseas is not something that they'll be concerned with. And finally, it's difficult, as I said before, to do international tax reform by itself. The political optics aren't good. You actually need corporate rate reduction to reduce the cost of international reform. Camp needed to get the rate down to 25% in order to make his international package revenue neutral. And then, as we're now talking about, the other aspects of tax reform are much, much harder. And the reason is we're talking about 86-style reform, and 86-style reform will create winners and losers, even on a deficit-neutral basis. Obviously, if you're going to try and reduce the deficit, it exacerbates the problem. But the response, the tepid response that Chairman Camp got, is evidence of this. The fact is that he got a very tepid response to his proposal. Speaker Boehner didn't embrace it, and nobody really embraced his proposal. I think Chairman Camp did us all a service. He did a great job on what he was doing. He allowed us to have an honest discussion about what tax reform would look like, because I think 86-style reform has to look a lot like what Chairman Camp did. But it shows that there are problems with it, and the problems are that there are going to be sectoral losers, and those sectoral losers, because he gets rid of Section 199, he gets rid of accelerated depreciation, he amortizes research expenses. The sectoral losers are likely to be capital-intensive businesses and other businesses. So when I say the sectoral effects, the likely winners are the retailers, the domestic exporters because of Camp's Option C's carrot, and financial and other services, except for the big banks, because the big banks actually, he imposed the bank tax. The likely losers are capital-intensive businesses and high-tech businesses located overseas that are not going to have to pay a minimum tax of 15%. So manufacturing, capital-intensive businesses, tech, pharma that are paying the low effective rate of. So you have to look, are there other revenue sources that could help bridge this gap? And Steve Banks just said he didn't like my paper on interest deductibility, or had issues with it. I shouldn't say didn't like it. But limits on interest deductibility is certainly something that people have talked about. Senator Wyden has it in his proposal. President Obama has it in his framework. Capital gains and dividend, we just talked about. The president has that. Taxing large pass-throughs of C corps, the president has had that in his proposal. Value-added tax, not so much. Carbon tax, gas tax. The Republicans, I think, have taken the gas tax off the table for now. We'll see whether that holds as part of this infrastructure debate, but that seems to be what that's in. And then the last one, which I think is obviously the most interesting one in the short run, is the dynamic scoring and current policy baseline. Paul Ryan is probably going to try and move to a current policy baseline, or at least a modified baseline. That would build in an extra $1 trillion of headroom, which means you don't have to create as many losers because you have an extra $1 trillion sloshing around to spend money. So that would obviously be grease for the gears of tax reform if he can. It obviously also does increase our deficit. So dynamic scoring, I'm going to skip that slide. On the individual side, I think the individual side is even harder. The major tax expenditures on the individual side are sacred cows, like the mortgage interest deduction, state and local tax deduction, health insurance, all those things. And Chairman Camp, he actually took on most of those sacred cows. He repealed the state tax deduction. He capped the home mortgage interest deduction. And interestingly enough, I think he basically eviscerates the charitable deduction, although he didn't touch it, by getting rid of all the other itemized deductions and leaving it as an itemized deduction. You now have it, I think, like less than 5% of the population would be eligible for the charitable deductions. So he really does go after all of those sacred cows, and again, I think that led to the tepid response. The blue state senators, you have, as a political matter, you have the Republicans defending 24 seats going into 2016. A lot of their members that are most vulnerable are members from blue states. So again, this gets very, very dicey for them as we move into 2016. Lastly, and I'm going to just really quickly talk about dynamic scoring, and I've got my expert to my right here on dynamic scoring, but what you can see is that the dynamic scoring of CAMP showed that there was a range of 50 billion to 700 billion in what could be raised depending on what models were used. And that GDP was projected to grow anywhere from 0.1% to 1.6%. Again, a great range in difference. With the new rule in the House, the question will be, how are they going to come up with a point estimate, and how do they get to the point where they actually narrow that gap to come up with a specific number with respect to them? The other important point of CAMP, and something that's come to light only in the last couple of weeks in Washington, although people have been talking about it, I think, behind the scenes, is the fact that CAMP's proposal, as scored by the JCT, raises the cost of capital for investment. Okay? And the reason for that is you're substituting investment incentives, like accelerated depreciation, for a rate reduction, which favors old capital over new capital. And thus, business tax reform may, depending on obviously what the offsets are, and depending on how much headroom he builds with the baseline, may have negative dynamic effects. So that's something that's very concerning, because they've adopted a rule that they think is going to build additional headroom for doing business tax reform, and now it turns out that that may not be the case. And the last issue is just obviously a political one, which is we have very few moderates left in the Congress or the Senate. As these charts show, these are from the National Journal. And basically the overlap between the two sides for the middle is very, very difficult. So coming to compromise is more difficult than it used to be. I think that's the summary. I'll end things.
I'm going to stand up and give my talk. I'm reminded of there's a scene in Mr. Cassidy and the Sundance Kid where Sundance, who's of course the best shot in the West, is hired as a security guard and asked to, before he's hired, he's asked to show that he can shoot. And of course, he's in disguise, so he can't say, you know, I'm this famous gunslinger. So he stands and he shoots at a target and misses continually. And he's quite depressed by that. And he finally realizes what's wrong, and he asks the guy who asked him to shoot, "Can I move?" And then he proceeds to, you know, do whatever people do when they shoot, and of course he then reverts to form. So that's why I'm going to stand up instead of sitting down and talk. See if I can hit the target. So this is a brief outline of my. I have much more Spartan slides than John does. White background, fewer words. No pictures. Well, a few graphs, but no pictures. No devil, for sure. I want to just, the organization of my comments, first talk about U.S. reform in the broader context. And I should say in advance that some of my comments will overlap with John's, because I certainly agree with several of the things he said. Then I want to talk about shifting to the domestic context, potential conflicts and roadblocks to U.S. reform, given the current options that we're considering, and then given the difficulties of reform, what some other alternatives might be. So in the international context, we have this, from the U.S. perspective, the major debate for the last several years, has certainly since the beginning of the Obama administration, has been, before, whether to go in the direction of a territorial system or a worldwide system. Among the proposals that John mentioned, we have things that have elements more of a territorial system or more tightening the existing so-called worldwide system that the U.S. has. Worldwide, however, the debate really isn't about that. That's sort of a past history. And it's more about trying to preserve what is the dominant form of taxation outside the United States, which is a territorial system. And that's what the BEPS project is aiming to do. And of course, the BEPS project isn't the first OECD initiative aimed in that direction. We had the harmful tax competition initiative several years ago, which was also trying to deal with the weaknesses of the territorial systems outside the U.S. And how are they related? Well, the more likely BEPS is to succeed, the more feasible a territorial system is for the U.S., because of course a lot of the concerns that people in the U.S. have about a territorial system, although importantly not all of them, relate to the difficulty of enforcing a territorial system. And so the argument is, if BEPS shows the way and not only comes up with logical proposals that can work, but also gets countries to adopt them, then that success could make it more attractive from the U.S. perspective to adopt a territorial system. But I think it's important, especially when talking about the BEPS project, to think more carefully about what success would look like. Now, I think there's a standard answer. The BEPS project is aiming to tax income where it is earned, and the argument is that's not currently happening because of such things as transfer pricing manipulation. But I want to think about that a little bit more carefully and whether we should consider that success. It's important when thinking about what the effects of some of the potential proposals in the BEPS project would do, to remember that taxing income where it is earned doesn't mean taxing income at the same rate. So, of course, we know a lot of things when, a lot of the simple analyses of worldwide systems or territorial systems show that everything's neutral if countries all adopt the same tax system and all adopt the same rate. Well, that's great. Okay, I mean, let me know when you can figure out what that would be useful for. Countries have very different rates, and tightening the rules against income shifting may actually increase incentives to shift real activities to lower tax jurisdictions. So, as John mentioned, one of the concerns about a territorial system is the concern that jobs might be shifted overseas. Now, of course, there's difference of opinion about the importance of that argument or the validity of that argument, but just taking that on its face for the moment, if you believe that's a problem, it's likely to be more of a problem if you reduce the ability of companies to shift reported income. Because if the only way you can allow them to move that they can move their tax base is by actually moving their real activities, they may be less likely to shift their base, but conditional on shifting their base, it's going to be through a shift in real activities, because that's pretty much going to be the only option open. Now, in thinking about the importance of this point, and thinking about the impact of the BEPS recommendations on what countries do, we should keep in mind that smaller countries have very different incentives from larger ones. Smaller, less developed countries with low domestic capital stocks aren't worried about what the revenue effects would be if they lower their tax rate. And so they're naturally going to have different incentives than, say, countries like the United States or Germany or France. And this is an old picture, and it's not, so it's outdated, but the basic pattern is not outdated, which is it's from a CBO document a dozen years ago, plotting on the horizontal axis gross domestic capital formation, and on the vertical axis, these are rankings, so ordinal rankings, not values. The ranking of their corporate tax rates, and there's a very strong positive correlation. Basically, countries with a lot of capital have high tax rates. Now, this is not, I'm not trying to say that there's only one thing going on here. There's a lot of things going on here. Countries with high capital stocks maybe have higher per capita incomes, going to have higher taxes to GDP ratios. There's a lot going on. But one of the things that's going on is that for a country like Ireland, as opposed to a country like Germany, there are strong incentives to have, or not just Ireland, Poland, countries that have less development, less capital, less production. There's less of a downside to lowering their corporate tax rate, and so they're going to have an incentive to do that. This doesn't have to do with being a tax haven or hiding information or secrecy or anything like that. It's based on very fundamental economic incentives. And that's not going to change under a territorial, in a world with countries having territorial systems. And so we should factor that into any calculations that we do. The second thing to think about when thinking about success in the context of the BEPS project is that taxing income where it's earned is difficult. And it's not, I get a sense that some people say it's difficult, but we'll do it. We just need more information, and we're gonna figure it out. Well, it's hard to figure it out when there actually is no, underneath it all, there is no definition. So it's not like we're searching. So it's not like we're searching for something and the right way to do it. We're going to find it. We're searching for something that, in many cases, doesn't exist. That is, there is no underlying definition or where income is earned for some kinds of income. We have an image in our minds of circa 1900 production, where U.S. Steel produces its steel in Pittsburgh and ships to the rest of the world. We know where that U.S. Steel's income is being generated. It's being generated in Pittsburgh, and there's whatever research is being done on steel production methods is also being done in Pittsburgh, and it's all pretty simple. And that's a lot more complicated when you're thinking about Apple or Google or companies like that. Now, you may think, well, Apple and Google are taking advantage of international tax rules. Of course they are, but it's a lot easier for them to do that than it would have been for U.S. Steel, or for a lot of other companies that don't exist anymore because composition of production has changed. And what I think that means is no matter what we do, there's still going to be problems in trying to allocate income. First of all, there may be new distortions introduced by rules that say, well, the income is, we don't know, so we're going to look and see where the key personnel are, and we're going to assign income there. Well, you can do that, but of course that's going to lead to another distortion in terms of where the key personnel are located. Or alternatively, you can just only go so far, and which I think is likely to happen, and that means that the kinds of income that are difficult to allocate there's going to be a lot of pressure to keep rates on those kinds of income low, as in patent boxes and things like that. And so it's hard to conceive of a world, post-BEPS world, in which we don't continue to have these kinds of pressures, especially for the kinds of income that are difficult to allocate. So the summary is that the economic logic underlying territorial taxation, that is, tax income where it's earned, is weak. That is, it's not that we sort of have to look more carefully or calculate more carefully where income is earned. That may not be a well-defined concept. And it shows, I think, in the struggles that territorial tax systems have had and what I see as the eventual failure of the BEPS project, depending on how one, what kind of standard one uses to judge success or failure. Now, of course, the successive rounds of inversions we've had in the U.S. is an illustration of how the weaknesses of our worldwide tax system. So I'm not here making an argument in favor of worldwide tax systems because of the weakness of territorial tax systems. And there's a certain parallel in the sense that as we come up with new solutions to say, the inversions problem, we are solving a sort of a very, very localized symptom, but we're not really addressing the underlying problems of the worldwide tax system in doing so. Much the same way that we're not solving problems in the territorial system when we come up with various measures to sort of arbitrarily allocate it. So moving to the U.S. domestic context, whichever direction is chosen for the U.S., assuming it's worldwide or territorial, common theme or a common part of reform proposals has been a lower corporate tax rate. And that's understandable because lowering the corporate tax rate relieves a lot of the pressure on the international taxes. We have transfer, for example, we have transfer pricing problems under both worldwide, our worldwide system with deferral and so forth, and territorial tax system. Those problems, conditional on every other country keeping its tax rates the same, those problems will be reduced with a lower U.S. corporate tax rate. And so that is clearly a central part. And the question is, can that happen? It's been discussed now for several years. John said there seems to be more consensus on things like this. Well, there's consensus if you don't look too carefully. Because people, as is often the case, people agree on the provision that loses revenue. But then the sticky thing is how they pay for it. And I think that's the challenge here. Now, there are several potential candidates one could think of for who pays for it. And I should say, it's in legislative terms, there may be no so-called pay for, but in logical terms, that can't be true. That is, you can't create resources simply by passing legislation. And so if you use resources for something, they have to come from somewhere. The legislation may not specify where the resources come from. That doesn't mean they're not coming from somewhere. Okay, the first candidate is future generations. Now, in Washington, this is always a strong favor. Now, it doesn't require explicit, you will rarely see legislation that says this is being paid for by our grandchildren. But it doesn't require, and it doesn't even require an explicit shifting of burdens. That is, you don't have to have any legislation which shows revenue coming from the distant future to pay for tax cuts today. And there are two mechanisms that make this work. One is budget windows and temporary and timing provisions. So John mentioned possibly a new initiative for a 2004-style temporary tax holiday, which confirms, and I often, when I'm thinking about that provision in particular, it confirms an axiom I have that the truly bad ideas in Washington are the ones that have strong bipartisan support, and this is one of those. And that would be through a combination of temporary revenues and a finite budget window, which doesn't show the revenue losses that occur in the future. Similar things were present in the Camp proposal, which had a tax on unrepatriated earnings that occurred within the budget window, which raised revenue in the short term. It wouldn't have been there in the long term. So that's one way that the future generations can be made to pay. Another way is dynamic scoring, in parentheses, done wrong. The reason I say done wrong is if it were done right, that is, if you were taking account of the actual revenue, if you were precisely measuring the revenue effects, taking everything into account, then presumably that's a more accurate answer than the way it's done now. But I don't have a lot of confidence. So I'm in favor of dynamic scoring done right. I don't know exactly how dynamic scoring will be done. I guess one could say there'll be some benefit to having the dynamic scoring done in this session of Congress, because we'll actually see how feasible it is. But concern should remain, I say it remains, it should remain about existing burdens on future generations. John talked about the improving budget picture in the short run. The last time we had a major improvement in the budget picture in the short run, the even more major one, was when John did it at the Treasury, as he said. That short run problem, which was we were running out of debt, was fixed in 2001, and then again 2003 and 2002, and several pieces of tax legislation after that. So and President Obama, among others, has recommended fixing it in his most recent proposal. These, of course, are all short-run changes, but the long-run imbalances, which have been there for a long time, are still there. And in a sense, they're getting better. The healthcare costs are going down. In another sense, they're getting worse, which is that the problems are coming closer. The retirement of baby boom generation is underway, and the ability of our ability to deal with this problem gets smaller economically as these generations pass into retirement, and also smaller politically as the old age dependency ratio goes up, and more importantly, the voting dependency ratio, that is the share of the voters who are very, very deeply interested in entitlement programs goes up. The second candidate, group of candidates to pay for corporate tax rate cut, are individual taxpayers. Now, this is actually a very logical approach. And if you think about one of the problems of taxing the corporate tax base being that the corporate tax base is very slippery, individuals are less vulnerable than a lot of individual income is less vulnerable than a lot of corporate income. And so, from an efficiency standpoint, it makes a lot of sense to shift the burden from corporations to individuals. This is a hard sell. This is one of the frustrating things to economists, that their references are often made in the political debate to rich corporations, because the first lesson of tax incidence is that people bear taxes, corporations don't bear taxes. And it's made all the more difficult when, at least historically, distribution tables exclude corporate taxes. So one of the ways that the 1986 tax reform, one of the things that greased its progress was distribution tables showing that every decile in the income distribution gained from a revenue neutral tax change. And this is not dynamic scoring, this was corporate taxes going up. So obviously, if you analyze it that way, it makes corporate tax cuts even more difficult to justify. There is some rationale to thinking about keeping taxes on corporations to the extent that you think you can shift it on to foreigners, because foreign owners of corporations may be forced to bear the burden of corporate taxes that will not be transferred by individual taxes. Now, I should temper that pessimism about using individual taxes by pointing out that there are a few developments that may make it more feasible. The first is that distribution tables have made some progress. John could say with greater clarity than I how these things have evolved. But it's my sense that both the executive branch and JCT and CBO, when they've been doing distributional analysis, have been including corporate taxes to some extent, more than in the past. Second is that when CBO has done this sort of global distributional analysis looking at the overall tax system, they've actually made a change a couple of years ago where they now allocate 25% of the corporate tax to labor. Previously, they used the fairly standard assumptions, assuming it was all borne by capital. Another thing is that the 1% may be even more unpopular than corporations. So that, speaking of inequality, that may be one thing that's changed. It's true that there are still job creators, But I guess the trick is, the sweet spot is to be a job creator who's not in the top 1%. And finally, to the extent that sort of financial companies are viewed as sort of evil, particularly evil corporations, real corporate activity is reawakening in the corporate sector. So here's a nice picture of you. These are from the SOI data, that the fraction of, the fraction of corporate taxes picked up by finance, insurance, and real estate peaked at 25% in 2003, and it's been falling since then. So the final point is about individual taxpayers is that corporate tax revenues aren't that important. It's only 10% of federal revenue in the U.S., and that's been very volatile but pretty steady over the last couple of decades. Other businesses, it makes sense, given the distortions in the organizational form, that C corporations are, we should try to level the playing field. There's a picture showing that C corporations' income relative to partnerships and S corporations. Now, the overall, as a share of GDP, the overall percentage is increasing because capital share, the share of profits and other returns of capital has been increasing in recent years. But basically, C corporations are becoming less significant, and taxes probably have a role to play in that. Another argument about other businesses is that, sort of going the other way, is that as C corporations become more multinational and large, so that basically where is the growth in the non-C corporate sector? It's domestic businesses, smaller businesses in earlier decades might have been C corporations, and that perhaps makes C corporations a little bit more distinct and a little bit less sympathetic from a political perspective. Corporations themselves, well, John made this point, but if you shift the tax burden from old capital to new capital, even if you have a revenue neutral change, that's going to raise the cost of capital. Now, there are, whether you do it through depreciation allowance or R&D credit, another way of raising the cost of capital would be by limiting interest deductions. Now, there are benefits to things like this, particularly changing the treatment of interest, which might offset some of the increases in the cost of capital. But these things are pretty, I think changing the treatment of interest is pretty tricky to do unless it's in the context of a very large-scale tax reform. But it's a losers. Now, is there another way? I've run over my time, so I'm just going to speak very briefly here, because I only have a couple of slides left. There's basically, just to summarize where we stand, there are basically two problems. It's hard to reach an international consensus. So the U.S. can't rely on sort of all countries going in the same way, and the U.S. just jumps along for the ride. So the idea of becoming part of an international cooperative arrangement, I think, is not very likely. So we're sort of on our own here. And second, it's hard to reduce the corporate tax rate given the need to pay for it. Now, there are difficulties at overcoming each of these obstacles, the corporate tax rate cut and the international agreement. I've already talked about that. And I think ultimately that's going to lead us in the direction of some sort of sales-based taxation, either through sales-based formula apportionment, which is what states do, or through a destination-based cash flow tax, which I and collaborators have proposed. I won't, given time, I won't go into the details of either of these, except to say that they differ substantially. I think the destination-based approach, which is based on starts from a subtraction method VAT and then modifies it in various ways, is a better way of doing it than sales apportionment taxes. And both of them have the advantage that neither the worldwide nor the territorial system have, which is that they don't discourage companies from locating their productive activities in the United States. And that means two things. First of all, the U.S. doesn't have to wait for other countries to tighten their income allocation rules because they're irrelevant when the U.S. is not taxing the U.S. source income. And the other thing is that the U.S. doesn't need to lower its corporate tax rate because the corporate tax rate no longer plays a role in determining whether companies locate their activities in the U.S. or elsewhere. My final slide is where will the U.S. policy go? Well, I think there's bad news and good news. I think there's more time needed before what I view as better ideas than the ones we're working with now will be contemplated seriously. That's the bad news. The good news is, I think, given the political climate, we're likely to have a lot of time.
So I'll exercise the moderator's privilege and try to ask a framing question. So John and Alan, I really appreciate your remarks. And what I noticed is this idea that a lot of the challenges facing international tax reform have both a political and a technical dimension, right? So let's take the territorial versus worldwide debate. There's a political dimension to that disagreement, which is Democrats generally prefer a worldwide system, Republicans generally prefer a territorial system. John, you mentioned this. But there are also a bunch of technical challenges, and both of you alluded to several. If we move to a territorial system, we've got to fix somehow the source rules. Move to a worldwide system, we have to deal with inversions. It doesn't seem to be, at least yet, complete policy analyst agreement as to which is more efficient. And so my question to you, and the political and technical dimension, I think, appears in also the revenue neutral reform, right? How do you do that in an efficient way? How do you do it without going the wrong oxes? So how should we think about how the political dimension of these questions and the technical dimension of these questions are related? So is fixing, I guess one way to frame the question is fixing the technical question, is getting policy analyst consensus either necessary or sufficient for moving international tax reform forward?
Well, I'll go first. First of all, I'm not sure you can build consensus amongst policy analysts, but it's a worthy goal. I tell the joke, I just told it down about the two economists arguing across from two separate buildings, and another economist looks up from the courtyard below and says they're never going to get together, they're arguing from different premises. I think that there's always going to be a political dynamic, and obviously to the extent you can build a strong case by policy analysts for something that helps as a from a political standpoint. But I sort of go back to how we got our system in the first place. When you go back to '62, President Kennedy proposed elimination of deferral because at the point he thought that was the best system and that would actually be the best answer. And what happened was the Congress got worried about competitiveness concerns, and they decided that instead they would adopt subpart F, and they would say, okay, there are certain types of income that we're not going to allow deferral because that's not about competitiveness, but active income in order to be competitive. So that's how we ended up with our hybrid system. I think those concerns are always going to be in place. And so I agree with Alan when he said that BEPS may at least narrow the gap. And by narrowing the gap, it may allow us to adopt a system that gets closer to where we want to be, whatever that is. And I agree with Alan that you sort of have to worry about trying to come up with a system that is what the U.S. wants out of its system, not just following what everybody else is.
I think, maybe this is being too optimistic, but I do think that the disagreements in the academic and policy literature about the right way to go do play some role in making the sort of less clear what the political outcomes should be or is going to be. Obviously, there's quite a attenuated relationship between what's right or what academics view as right and what Congress does. My own view is that we're going to stumble along with the kinds of sort of partial measures that we've been adopting and that other countries adopt, see fairly unsatisfactory outcomes for territorial systems around the world over time, as the inability to allocate income and defend tax bases goes up, tax rates may continue to decline. There's certainly some components of corporate tax bases that can be well defined. I mean, think of the United States energy produced. We're becoming,
People often say, well, the U.S. and Saudi Arabia are the only countries that don't have VATs. Well, we're going to be the two major oil producers at some point in the future. So yeah, we know that energy production is happening in the U.S. And if we were to have, say, not a corporate tax, but a tax on cash flow tax on energy production, that would be a pretty efficient tax. And I think there are, in terms of thinking about what might be preserved from territorial systems, I think taxes on domestic rents, production rents, one can certainly see that as a tax base that can be defended. So my view is not in the next couple of years, but over time, as we see the evolution of the corporate tax, it's going to evolve more and more into taxing domestic rents, and we're going to use some more move toward destination-based methods, whether it's through adoption of a VAT or something at the corporate level that relies more on the location of sales rather than the location of production.
Questions from the
So John, wanted to take the chance to ask you a more specific policy question, which is earnings stripping. So the Treasury notice last year made certain aspects of inversions less appealing, but one thing that the Treasury didn't issue was regulations addressing earnings stripping. I'm curious where that stands now. Do you think it is still on the way? Do you think it is necessary, or has enough been done to discourage inversions that it's seen as less critical?
Well, I don't know. I don't know whether that's the Treasury notice has solved the problem completely, but I do think that there are Treasury, and I don't want to speak for Treasury at all. Treasury, I think, is waiting to see whether there's legislative action on earnings stripping. They are working hard on getting the regulations out to implement the notice, and they are still talking about the potential of doing something on earnings stripping, but I think they're reticent to do so, and I think it's in part because of the question as to authority, frankly. I just think that there's a lot of questions about authority that they're concerned about, despite obviously policy arguments that people have made that they have authority. I think they're a little bit concerned about it.
I was going to follow up on Jason's question, that there's potentially two different views, the political view and the policy analyst view. I disagree some with John. I think that across the range of political analysts, there's a lot more consensus about how to approach problems than you might think. At least I was always surprised by that. But the political versus analysis gap is huge. It's like thinking about climate change when the scientists say one thing and the politicians say another. And I guess I'm more, I don't know if you label this optimistic about tax reform. I think there's a good chance that something labeled tax reform will be enacted, and it will be something that the political analysts by and large thinks is an atrocious idea. But there's a lot of political gains to declaring victory and moving on. And so if we can use dynamic scorekeeping and declare victory, that a lot of different constituencies see their taxes cut without any sacred cows being hit, why would, who's standing up against that in the political world to say that would be wrong?
Is that a question? Or
that is a question. We're talking political economy and dynamics. Who's standing? Why wouldn't you just declare?
Well,
why wouldn't the politicians have a lot of incentive to declare the victory?
I think this administration is still concerned about deficits to an extent, and the future generations, which Alan alluded to very well in his remarks. So I do think that the administration is going to be somewhat concerned, and Democrats in particular also are concerned about the notion of moving to a current policy baseline and dynamic scoring. And that's evident that the Finance Committee Democrats just put out a set of principles for these working groups that Hatch and Wyman set up. And those principles talk about the notions of maintaining both distributional neutrality, not even distributional neutrality, but going beyond that, and then also talking about not exacerbating deficits.
That's a losing political strategy, isn't it?
I don't know. Yeah, it could be.
Okay, so just to ask you a hard question. I mean, if you look at the history of the last 20 years, other countries have lowered their corporate tax rates, countries have gone territorial. The U.S. has made structurally relatively few changes in policy, except our corporate behavior has changed a lot. A lot more money is moving overseas. There have been these inversions, there are all kinds of adjustments. So things are changing even if we legislatively do nothing. So I guess, assuming we don't do reform, how do you think the world is going to change in the next 10 years in ways that might I mean, what's coming if we don't act? What do you see happening?
Well, I mean, obviously, countries are already starting to adopt some policies. Even if BEPS doesn't produce some sort of multilateral agreement that is adopted, and whether it does or doesn't is still to be seen. I assume there are some areas where they will reach broad agreement. But
some of those broad agreements may include very low tax rates on intellectual property, for example.
Some of those things could happen, that's correct. But the point I was going to make is some countries are unilaterally adopting things that are coming out of the BEPS process, so I think over the next 3 to 5 to 7 years you're going to see that. You already see it a little bit with the UK diverted profits legislation. So those are the things that I'd be paying attention to, what's going on abroad. What's happening, I think, is as countries have adopted territorial systems, they're looking at the weaknesses of their territorial systems and trying to adopt policies that address some of those weaknesses.
Steve? So let me ask a broader political economy question. One of the interesting things to me about the story that we can't get tax reform done is that it's often told in these very broad terms about Republican versus Democrat, kind of anti-tax populism versus kind of tax the rich, I guess tax populism. And yet that is a story that assumes kind of very broad voter engagement and interest in a way that is inconsistent with the political economy story, special interest lobbying, and very technical, targeted kinds of reforms. And so I wonder whether when we think about winners and losers in any reform, we're missing, or maybe I'm missing, the current winners and losers among the special interests. So, I always think there's got to be segments of industry right now that are hurt by this system. You think about the domestic manufacturers who can't move are hurt vis-a-vis the intellectual property and producers who can. Is that a vehicle or a way out? Is that kind of special interest lobbying fights within businesses or industry against industry? Is that where we're going to ultimately end up with politicians being swayed towards reform? And if so, who are those industries that are going to drive it?
I see that as more of a roadblock than an opportunity. I mean, the fact that it's very hard to come up with a reform that sort of the general business community will get behind, unless it's one that lowers business taxes and makes somebody else pay for it.
Yeah, and again, the sectors that are being hit by 86-style reform, as I had in my slides, I mean, manufacturing, capital-intensive businesses, I mean, I don't think there's a view right now economically that we have too much manufacturing in this country. And so if you broaden the base and lower the rates, which is what we're talking about right now, you're hurting manufacturing and helping the services sector. And that's a tough political dynamic. So you do have that issue, and people are looking for ways to address it. The president, for example, has kept, in order to address it, he actually keeps Section 199 in place and lowers the rate to 28% instead of 25%, and then lowers it to 25% for manufacturing, and that's the way he addresses that issue. So I think that's, having just recently revisited Gucci Gulch, I mean, when you read Gucci Gulch, though, everybody thought it wasn't going to happen, it wasn't going to happen, it wasn't going to happen, and it blew up, many times, and then it finally happened. So I think
the political situation was just so different.
And one of the things I'm going to say is the president still, to this day, has not put a lot of emphasis on tax reform. He hasn't gotten up on the bully pulpit and sold it to the American public either, which I think is a big part. I think people were expecting him to say more in the State of the Union this year if he was really going to push for and Jack Lew gave a speech, but that's not the same thing as the president.
So, my impression is not much has happened on the international front over the last 10 years, even though we've known all of these problems were really present 10 years ago. Which suggests to me that it's waiting for the politics to change in terms of policy consensus or something is not what we're waiting for. We're waiting for something to change on the ground that makes this really necessary for Congress to address. And I'm curious what that is. Is it, continued inversions? Is it continued loss of jobs? Like, what is it that we're waiting for that's going to move this to the top of the agenda for Congress and for the president?
I think part of it is that the problems existed, but the changing composition of the U.S. corporate sector goes on. And we're becoming more and more, if you look at the market capitalization of Apple or Microsoft compared to General Motors or other companies. So the problems, it's not simply clever tax lawyers and aggressive clients becoming, taking advantage of the pre-existing conditions and doing more of it. I think the candidates for benefiting from these kinds of international games have become more significant part of the corporate sector. It's true that drug companies were there in the previous round of conversions, but the high-tech, the Silicon Valley companies are much bigger than they were in, say, the early 2000s. And so I think it's the changing, the evolving nature of international capital flows and flows of other intangible, tangible capital flows is just becoming more and more important. So it just makes dealing with the existing problems more important.
Well, I think that's our time, right?
Well, we're going to 10:30.
Okay. Ed?
I can pretend to phrase this as a question. But do you not agree that the dialogue we just had with Steve and Vic it seems to me to leave out some corporate finance and financial accounting dynamics that are the reason why, in my judgment, we will have corporate tax reform before the 2016 election. From the corporate finance side, firms are desperate. We have way over $2 trillion in permanently reinvested earnings. We have way over $1 trillion in cash. Activist shareholders are screaming for their money. Inversions are just a symptom of the actual issue, which is shareholders want their hands on these vast stockpiles of cash. Every major corporation in America, with a handful of exceptions, is in this box to one extent or another. From the other direction, my understanding is the financial accountants, even they are beginning to develop some backbone and we're questioning whether, in fact, earnings are permanently reinvested when they're just sitting in cash earning zero and amount to tens of billions of dollars. And in that environment, where financial accountants are putting pressure on firms on the one hand, and shareholders on the other, firms have no choice but to come to the table. It is for those reasons, rather than just economic efficiency reasons, that one can imagine international dragging corporate tax reform across the finish line. Do you not agree?
Why, I'll phrase this really is a question. Why doesn't that make compelling the case for another temporary tax holiday? Why is that the most likely outcome?
That's a simple answer. Because one of the reasons, contrary to what Vic said a minute ago, that everything is the same as it was 10 years ago, that's not true. The tax holiday broke the system. The tax holiday told firms, stop what you're doing, double down on stateless planning, income planning, because whenever Congress gives away a tax holiday and says they'll never do it again, it's only a question of how soon.
Exactly.
And so if you do a second,
so the revenue benefit is even bigger now.
No, it's not. As you know, JCT, when they scored last year, scored a repatriation holiday part 2 as a revenue loser, not a winner, because yes, you get more this year, but less in the future.
And you don't think that they can come up with a way of monkeying around with the window and timing of the provisions that will make that go away.
I believe in the integrity of the joint committee on that.
I'm not saying, no, I'm not talking about the joint committee, I'm talking about the design of the legislation.
The problem is that it just invites further energy to be applied.
I agree with you.
And I don't know how.
I'm not arguing on the basis of what's good policy.
I'm not sure I can design around that over a 10-year window, but I haven't tried, I haven't gone over to the dark side. I haven't put a lot of energy into design.
Wasn't joint tax just wrong on the estimate, in the sense that if you're looking at a 10-year window, the effect that you've described is all outside the 10-year window? I thought with a stock of $2 trillion of deferred earnings, that joint tax is microscopic. What was it, something like 30 billion? Or it's orders of magnitude off, I thought, in terms of their score. And that's just because...
The one from last year?
Yes, yeah, the one that they had done. And we have a systemic bias, when things get scored too low or in one way or the other, then they're more likely to be enacted or not, depending on...
I don't have a view on the...
I think one way you make the revenue score bigger, more positive, is by spending a year talking about the fact that you're almost certain to do it the following year. But don't actually do it until the following year.
Very well said.
Yeah, the only, actually going to that, the one thing that worries me a little bit is their willingness to finance things and pushing things on future generations. Your notion is, well, it loses money, therefore it's not going to happen.
The one-time holiday.
The one-time holiday.
And indeed, Hatch said so today.
I know Hatch says he doesn't. Well, a lot of people don't want to do it as a one-time holiday because they want to do tax relief.
And they want to use that.
And they know they have to use that revenue to pay for international.
And dynamic scoring can help them too.
But again, if you're willing to change the baseline to a current policy baseline, then you're willing to enhance, which means.
But you could also, you could imagine some dynamic analysis saying there's going to be more investment that's going to yield more tax revenues, and therefore it's not a recommendation. Again, I don't know how they're going to implement dynamic scoring.
But typically, the Joint Committee has said if it's not permanent, it's not a raise.
So maybe I can ask a follow-up question, kind of piggybacking off something Vic asked. Do you think we're more likely to see partisan international tax reform or bipartisan tax reform? So, we've seen over the past 12 years, or let's say 15 years, we've seen periods of unified government where very partisan style tax legislation gets passed. And you can imagine a type of international tax reform that's very partisan. You move completely in one direction or the other. But you can also imagine, and I think, Alan, your suggestion at the end, you can imagine kind of much more bipartisan style international tax reform. Do you have any reason to suspect one is more likely than the other?
Well, over the next 2 years, I think it's pretty unlikely we're going to have partisan tax reform.
Sure. So are we more likely, I guess another way to phrase the question, are we more likely to see international tax reform in a period of unified government or divided? Would you not have a...
Well, we did have unified government for a time during the Obama administration.
And we didn't.
And we didn't do anything. Now, as John said, that the president hasn't said this is at the top of my agenda. We've got to do tax reform, and maybe things would have worked out differently if we had.
So this begs the question: if Jeb Bush wins the election, and there's a Republican both houses of Congress, what do you think the prospects of tax reform would be, and what would it look like?
Honestly, I don't know. I think you're still going to need to have it be bipartisan because I think it's going to be hard. You're probably going to have a narrower gap in the Senate no matter what, with the Republicans protecting 24 seats and the Democrats only protecting 10. That doesn't mean the Senate will flip. But in that case, it's very hard to do tax reform as part of budget reconciliation. And so my gut is that it would have to be at least somewhat bipartisan in order to attract enough Democrats to get over the 60-vote hurdle in the Senate.
But there's something they could maybe put through that. The Reagan tax cuts relied on some Democratic votes too. And the Bush 2001, so that there might be something they can do to file.
Yeah, well, that's where the future generations come in.
Yes, so I just want to add something to Ed's list. So if I say why I'm not optimistic about international tax reform, if I was going to say why it may be more likely, is that for many companies, the existing international tax regime was the best of both worlds. They paid relatively little U.S. tax, and they used the U.S. tax rules to minimize their foreign tax liability. So if I believe that the BEPS project, or I would more likely domestic legislation in many of our trading partners, will no longer make the existing system preferable, then I could see more willingness to push for major changes. So in addition to corporate finance and accounting reform, tax reforms in other countries will provide, I think, more push for tax reform.
Could you give me a concrete example?
So Germany on their interest deduction rules. So you can come up with the UK on the diverted profits.
Yeah, Eric, one thing that's actually interesting in that too is as those countries do prevent more base erosion, then all of a sudden the U.S. is in effect funding that base erosion, right? I mean, we're funding the tax on that base erosion, prevention of base erosion, because we're giving foreign tax credits to whatever Germany or the UK is picking up at that point, which was because of our worldwide system, and that may put pressure on the fiscal.
Yeah, so one thing we haven't heard yet in the last hour and 15, the president, when he does talk about international tax reform, often mentions an idea of pairing it with a manufacturing credit of some kind and denying deductions for moving jobs overseas. I don't know, I haven't seen discussion of that among folks like the people in this room. So I'm wondering kind of where this idea is coming from. Is it just sort of politically friendly thing to say, or is this actually part of the puzzle that we need to be thinking about for what's going to happen if something happens in the next couple of years?
I mean, that rhetoric is really the rhetoric of a tightened worldwide tax system, saying we have, a certain amount of capital, and either it's invested in the U.S. or it's invested in some other country, and we want to keep U.S. capital from going abroad and creating jobs abroad. And that is, it's a good statement of why the worldwide tax system might make sense, and the various flaws with the argument, various competitiveness arguments, or competing in worldwide capital markets, or companies being mobile, or new enterprises coming up somewhere else. So, it's an empirical issue. There are arguments in favor and arguments against that. I think these arguments have been rehearsed over the years, certainly not necessarily in a coherent political setting, but certainly by people who analyze the policies. So I think I have always viewed those kinds of statements as being consistent with the administration's tendency in its proposals to try to move towards strengthening the worldwide tax system rather than moving towards territorial tax system.
Alan, John, thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, welcome back. For those who don't know me, I'm Steve Bank from UCLA, and I want to welcome you all here. I'm also the faculty director of the Lowell Milken Institute for Business Law and Policy, and so on behalf of the Milken Institute, which is helping to fund this conference, I want to thank the Institute. So this next panel is on inversions. Where do we go from here? Which suggests we're somewhere and we're going somewhere. Hopefully the panelists will help us on that. So we're delighted to have a distinguished group of panelists here. We have Meher Desai to my left, who is from Harvard Business School and Harvard Law School. I'm not sure who we put him out of business school, but law school probably claims him equally now, right? So, and Victor Fleischer, who is now at University of San Diego Law School, just to the southwest, also I guess, our media presence here at the conference. And then we're delighted to have Larry Stein from Latham & Watkins. When constructing this panel in the conference, I looked and said, you know, we need to have someone who actually does these things, maybe, kind of help them have that perspective. So Larry gives us a perspective of someone who's done some inversions in his day, or maybe used to before Treasury Notice came out, and then was trying to figure out what that means. So I'm going to pass it along to Harry.
Great. Thanks so much. It's really a pleasure to be here, and I really appreciate the invitation. It's remarkable how this topic has re-arisen, and it's wonderful to be talking about it, hopefully for some constructive purpose. So let me just tell you what I wanted to talk about. I should say I circulated a paper, but only for some tangential reasons. So I actually took this title seriously, and I'm going to try to answer that question, which is where do we go from here? I circulated a paper which, it's not really even a paper, it's a note I wrote 2 years ago, and maybe some of you can relate to this. It has lain fallow for no particular reason other than my unwillingness to revisit it. So I thought maybe this would be an occasion to spur myself into revisiting it. But I will mention it briefly and talk about it. But really, I'm just going to walk through the slides. So where do we go from here? I thought it would be useful just to understand where we've come from, to make sure we understand where we're going to potentially go, and then ask where are we, and then try to take a shot at this question of where do we go from here by asking what the basic forces are that are propelling us. And I will tread a little bit on the territory that Alan and John went through very well, some political economy issues in that process. And then I'll ask perhaps a naive question, but how can we get to a better place, given that the answer to the where are we is not terribly good, and where we might just be going is not terribly good. I'll ask the more optimistic question, which is how we get to a better place. So, briefly, where we've come from, and some of this I think is well known to you, but I think it's probably worth just framing for our purposes here so that we understand it. So I think we should understand that, roughly speaking, we've seen this story before and before again. And so what we really have had is 3 waves of inversions. And so the way I like to think about this is, fairly straightforward, which is first we had what are just self-inversion, very simple transactions. Well, simple in one sense, largely paper transactions where firms self-inverted without a partner and simply put a parent on top of themselves that facilitated an inversion, or what was then sometimes known as an expatriation. And these are fairly straightforward transactions. And then we, post kind of 2004, we moved to a regime which was brief, but this interregnum between inversion hysteria, where we saw continued migrations, but they were effectively relocations across, for lack of a better term, substantive jurisdictions. So this period featured moves by companies like Aon, which were able to facilitate a lot of the things that would have been done in self-inversion, but because of the significant business activity test, was only available to a small group of companies. So that period of quiet actually did have some activity, and it had activity, but it was limited to folks who could avail themselves of it. And it's important to note that many of them availed themselves of it via Canada, which was the case in the Tim Hortons story, as well as in the context of Aon and the UK. So Canada and the UK became very important parts of the puzzle. What we've seen in the last several years, and what has driven so much attention, is, for lack of a better term, full-blown large mergers. So we now see very large substantive transactions, and of course the proposed Pfizer-AstraZeneca transaction being the bellwether of that, where people really started to pay attention to this in a large way. There are many others during that period as well, but that is roughly where we've been. It's useful just to note that actually this has not been distributed in any even way across industries. We've seen, I think, again, 3 waves. We have a lot of oil. This is not exclusively true, but that first wave was dominated by oil services firms and to some degree some insurance firms. The second wave was, again, a little bit on the insurance side because they were able to avail themselves of the SBA tests. And the remarkable thing about this last one has been just the relative concentration of life sciences as a very important piece of that puzzle. What are those 3 primary motivations that have been driving all this? And I think these, again, have shifted over time. So it's worthwhile just paying attention to that. So we began with a great deal of emphasis on foreign earnings and future foreign earnings And that would either be accomplished via old entities or old subsidiaries, or potentially new entities and new future growth from those new entities. That was, I think, a dominant motivation early on. We saw increased attention to what the second motivation would be, which is just the domestic earnings base of multinational firms. And so there's, I think, various transactions are characterized by this, most notably recently, I suppose, the Walgreens and Boots transaction, where the game is really not about foreign earnings. It's not really about offshore cash, but it's likely to be, if anything, about domestic earnings, the domestic earnings base and stripping that. And of course, part of that has to do with an important undercurrent of all this, which I don't know gets as much attention as it should, which is the relative advantage of being a foreign multinational firm in the U.S. and the ability to avail themselves of opportunities to interest that is not as available to U.S. multinational firms. And then the final motivation, which has become, I think, a dominant, well, I shouldn't say dominant, but it's become a large motivation, and wasn't nearly as true historically, was just the large amounts of offshore cash. So if you think about transactions, even like Medtronic or Vivian, where a part of the financing comes from offshore cash, then that becomes a first order effect of an inversion and one of these mergers. So that, I think, is the third primary motivation. It's grown in importance for reasons having to do with the previous holiday and just the magnitudes of these offshore cash flows. So people like to think about this in various ways, but it is useful just to note that these waves have been occasioned and marked by what I would label kind of a call and response pattern of regulatory action and then firm activity. So, call and response, for those of you, you think about various musical forms, there's an action and there's a reaction, and that just cycle kind of continues. And so some people think about this as whack-a-mole. I think about it more as call and response, which is the regulatory scrutiny. Every time there's a wave of conversions, there's regulatory scrutiny which changes the rules, there's a quiet period, and then there are more substantive transactions that react to those. And that's a worthwhile thing to keep in mind. In many ways, the original transactions, by that I mean the self-inversions, were, in some sense kind of harmless. They were paper transactions that did not feature very much real activity. And what we've seen, of course, is just an escalation of the real activity associated with the tax-motivated decision-making. It was something that Alan alluded to earlier. So that's, I think, a worthwhile way to think about what's happened so far. So where are we? And so I think, we're in a pretty bad place. I think the reason to think about that, although I don't think it's a surprise to anyone, but we're in a bad place because we now see, in many ways, very significant effects on tax on various, multinational decision margins. And that has been true for a while, but now we see it in very significant ways in the market for corporate control. And that means that the level of those distortions are likely to be greater, the effect of those distortions are likely to be greater. In short, these are not just distortions to where one might do a transfer pricing agreement or shift an intellectual piece of property, but they are about who gets to control what and the kinds of mergers you undertake. And that, of course, has potential effects that are very significant. And I'll just give you one way to think about that, which is it's, I think, evident now that there are large clientele effects evident in inbound transactions. So by that I mean we see merger activity and U.S. firms being acquired for purposes of, being acquired by foreign firms in ways that suggest that they are motivated by taxes. So this is really just to make sure that we understand inversions as a piece of the broader M&A market as opposed to some exotic transaction. So we should understand it as a point along a continuum of controlled transactions that are happening. And so if you think about recent papers, they show that firms that are the most profitable firms, in some ways some of the most successful firms, are being acquired by firms from low tax jurisdictions and from jurisdictions which feature territoriality. So we are seeing, aside from the fire that is inversions that everyone's paying attention to, the undercurrent is a set of very large distortions in the M&A market. And in distortions in the M&A market that are not in our favor. So we're seeing very large, significantly profitable firms with foreign presences that are growing rapidly, ones being acquired by other firms. So it's hard to tell a story about why that's good. It's not as if the selection effects about who's getting acquired in the U.S. is working in our advantage. it would seem, if anything, certainly to be working against us. And then second, we see it in the use of offshore cash. So we have several papers now that show that offshore cash is being used in suboptimal ways to acquire companies. You know, you can put up whatever your favorite poster child transaction of this is, maybe Microsoft and Skype, where people are spending 65-cent dollars and they're buying companies at prices that don't necessarily make sense. So there's misallocation in that sense. And again, this is showing up in a variety of ways. Michelle Hanlon has a recent paper about this. There are a variety of new papers on this. So we're seeing M&A be distorted by these tax rules. And I spent some time on this just to make clear that inversions are not some small thing that are happening in isolation, but they're very much in this continuum. The last piece that we don't have good evidence on, but I think is happening, and I think it is a very important piece of the puzzle, is you see U.S. firms becoming smaller to become more readily acquired by foreign firms. So these are spin-offs of healthcare businesses or animal health businesses in the pharma space in order to facilitate the ability to be acquired by foreign firms. And that's the final distortion that's happening in this broader M&A setting that I think is important to note. And then, of course, we have regulatory responses, and we haven't really talked too much about the Treasury notice that came out in September, but it is useful just to identify at least one of the effects of that, which is, again, to go back to the cycle that we saw before, which is the call and response. And here we have an effort to tamp down on what is happening, but the consequence of it, in part, is going to be favoring more substantive transactions. So by shifting from 80 to 60, this is going to shift the playing field in this broader M&A setting to larger foreign multinational firms. So the winners here are Siemens and other large, Mercage and other large German and Japanese companies who will be able to access U.S. assets at better prices than they would have been able to otherwise. So I think that's one important thing to put on the table, because if we understand inversions in this broader context, I think that's how we should understand what the regulatory response is doing. So no surprise to you, in short, we're in a pretty bad place, and I think we're in a bad place not just because of inversions, but because of this, these many effects, including the market, including the effects on the market for corporate control. So why is this happening? And I think some of this was already covered, but I just want to make sure that we get these other things on the table as well. John and Alan mentioned the growing distinctiveness of the U.S. with respect to the tax system and the rate. And so this is a function, as you all know, of U.S. policy paralysis, but also rest of the world activity. And so this is something that's not changing. Per some of the comments earlier, I think the rest of the world is doing more, not less. For example, Alan alluded to patent boxes, and so we're going to see more things like that. And it appears that that's not stopping, and so continuing unabated, which means that the forces propelling us in the directions we're going are only going to get amplified. I think we have seen increasingly the ability of firms to just move activity and also, splinter headquarter activities across competing jurisdictions. And so this just happens more and more. So firms have figured out they can be headquartered for some purposes in some places and headquartered for other purposes in other places. And that is something that just wasn't true 10 or 15 years ago, and it's happening with more speed, and you can see it in a lot of different companies today. And that, again, is not stopping. Jurisdictions are becoming more competitive than ever. So the third piece that's propelling us, and I think this came up in the last panel, but I just want to identify it a little more because it's political economy, which is there is a real, now large issue associated with multinational tax planning. So I'll just give you a couple of examples of this. Of course, the diverted profits tax was mentioned briefly. It's really worth looking at a little bit. If you haven't looked at it, I'll just mention two things here. One is it's not a big revenue raiser, yet it has garnered, I think, according to somebody at Manchester's Treasury, it is the piece of the budget that has attracted the most popular support. So it is now political. The political gains for talking about these issues are enormous, and I think that was never true before. And so that makes this dynamic, I think, very different. BEPS, I think, is related. I do want to disagree with Alan, which I'm loath to do because I have such great respect to him, but I will disagree with him only about a political point, not an economic point, which is BEPS the suggestion that BEPS is motivated by dissatisfaction with territoriality doesn't quite square with my understanding of it. And again, it's a political point, so I may well be wrong. But my understanding of what's motivating BEPS and a great deal of this political dissatisfaction is not dissatisfaction with territoriality, which is I don't sense when I go to the UK or other places or Japan, I don't sense people saying we don't like what has happened with territoriality. To the contrary, we don't see people moving back, and we don't see real efforts. And in fact, we see things like patent boxes, which are going, if anything, in a more aggressive way. So I don't think that's what's happening. And I think what's happening, of course, is a remarkable thing, which is BEPS is motivated by the US tax regime more than it's motivated by any domestic tax regime in these countries. So the concern in France, the concern in the UK is about Amazon, and it's about Google, and it's about eBay, and it's about Starbucks. It's not really about their own firms. And so there is a really curious political dynamic here, which is the stasis in US policy and paralysis in US policy, and what that is causing US multinational firms to do around the world, I think is driving BEPS more than any dissatisfaction with territoriality. And the further point, just to amplify that, is, because people do get very concerned about territoriality and the political dynamics here, it is worthwhile noting that corporate tax revenues across a wide swath of countries have not fallen through the floor, as predicted by many people over many years. That is just not happening. And so we just don't see, I guess the point I'm trying to make is there's a political level of concern about these issues, which is far greater than the underlying facts would suggest would be relevant. So this has become a political dynamic more than it is having to do with, I think, the causes of territoriality or shifts to territoriality. The final thing I just mentioned, the last force, which I think is, and this again I think is a slightly different take on than something that Alan said, which is increasingly we see, obviously, income inequality being a large issue, and as it should be. The remarkable thing to me is now we have convinced ourselves, or many people are convincing themselves, that a preferred way to address income inequality is the taxation of worldwide activities of multinational firms. And that I think is puzzling and hard to figure out, but I think it has become the poster child, as Alan suggested. So we are moving in a way that would suggest, again, a very, very difficult set of political problems going forward. So where are we going? No place good. So, how do we get to a better place? So, I think these are things that have been said. I just want to put them in slightly different ways. I think it's really important to realize that piecemeal reform is highly counterproductive. And so by piecemeal reform, again, I'll mention the Treasury regulations we're living in a third, fourth best world, and so piecemeal reform can have counterintuitive, unproductive effects. I think in the context of the Treasury notices, you can see shifts to large foreign multinational firms being the primary beneficiary of those kinds of things. And so I think structural solutions are the way, and I think that hopefully is clear. And of course, I had not really heard about another repatriation tax holiday until an hour ago, but suffice to say that's the worst news of all. And so piecemeal reforms are really, really problematic, which should make you worry about them, both because they'll have counterproductive effects, but because they change the political dynamic in bad ways. They change the likelihood of something structural. And so where are we going? And the answer, aside from a larger structural change to consumption taxes implemented via cash flow tax or otherwise, I think we're going towards a polar situation. And by that I mean we're heading in one of two ways. We live in an unstable middle ground, and we're either heading towards dramatically simpler territoriality, or we're heading towards worldwide, without deferral. And so I think, again, in the continuum, we're just going to go to one of those poles. And I think it's important to realize, first off, I think many territorial versions, especially minimum tax versions, are effectively worldwide versions without deferral. So I think it's useful just to acknowledge that. I think people are saying that more openly now than they said before when they propose minimum taxes, which is they are effectively, backdoor, worldwide deferral repeals. And the question is, how do you feel about worldwide without deferral? To my eye, it doesn't terribly help us. It'll solve a problem, and that solution or that problem will be, potentially the concern about revenue losses and building a larger wall so that U.S. firms will not leave in any significant way. But I think it'll come at a great cost, and that cost is this larger M&A setting which is problematic. To my mind, structural reform is going to have 4 things, and I put this together in a piece a couple years ago. I think the only thing I'll just mention here that's different is, I think the non-C entity thing is just enormous, and I think that is a revenue base that we have to really think about seriously going forward. And then the second revenue base is going to be something that is going to allow us to really understand the accounting issues that Ed referenced earlier, which is the kind of continued distinction between accounting and tax rules is really problematic and undercutting the credibility and losing us a lot of revenue. So I think that would be the other revenue source that could actually help in the corporate sector, putting aside larger changes in the corporate tax that Alan alluded to. I think the other 2 pieces of how we get to a better place is, and this sort of references the piece I circulated, is, and this is a little bit of the political economy, which is really trying to address the ambivalence of the American populace over multinational firms. And I think the ambivalence is as follows, which is there's pride about them, and yet there's deep, deep suspicion. And that deep suspicion is one of, well, they ship jobs overseas, which is the rhetoric that's been used repeatedly for at least the last 10 years. And so I think what we have to try to figure out is whether we should in fact be ambivalent, because all the other major reforms in the world were triggered, especially Canada, the UK, and to some degree Japan, were triggered by a different political formulation. And that political formulation was, we kind of want our firms to succeed abroad. Now, the question is why? And I don't know why we want our firms to succeed abroad, but I can put together some particular logics here. But I just want to anchor our thinking that without that, it's very complicated. Because if we're ambivalent about American multinational firms, then it's going to be very hard to do any of the political things that are required to get this done. So what the paper tries to do is just ask the simple question, which is, should we care if the plant or the factory or the lab down the street is owned by Merck, AG, or by Pfizer? Like, does anybody care about that? And one answer to that is nobody cares, because it's like the same jobs, and it's just a plant, and it's just a lab, and why should we care? The alternative view is maybe we do care, which is maybe we care if that lab or plant is owned by Merck, AG, or Pfizer. And I think what that paper tries to run through is the channels by which we might care. So this is an effort to try to think about competitiveness in a different way, and it's not a it's really just an exploration, which is, should we care if American firms succeed abroad, or should we not care? And I think there are various channels that make us want to care that perhaps have not gotten as much attention that perhaps we should have paid to. And then how can we get to, so I think that's the underlying research agenda, that's the underlying question that we should be asking ourselves, which is, do we care about that? Because if we don't care about that, then it's, the costs of the current system are not terribly detrimental. And then finally, there is this, I think, increasing desire to use the taxation of multinational firms to achieve redistribution. And I think it's puzzling to me, but I think, if I'm not, I haven't read this piece, but I think Joe Bankman and Dan Shavir came out with a piece yesterday, a couple of days ago, which, effectively suggests this. People have been suggesting this implicitly and explicitly when they talk about multinational firms paying their fair share. And as Alan suggested, it's a complicated argument. And it's a complicated argument because, not just because we tend to think that people pay taxes, but you really have to go through a number of hoops about incidents, about shareholder bases, about competition amongst jurisdictions, about why worldwide operations would be something you want to target relative to domestic corporations to have this make sense. So this is a logic that I think we should really try to explore and make sure if it makes sense or not. Because increasingly it is a dominant logic, which is, and I think if you watched the Brookings conference last week, I think Steve and perhaps even Ed suggested this, that we should be taxing multinational firms to achieve redistribution. And I think we should be really clear about why that is it's certainly not first best tool to do it. It's hard to imagine it's a second best or third best or fourth best or fifth best tool to do it. And so before we start thinking like that and doing that, we should make sure and understand what the conditions are and why that would make some sense when you have other tools available to you. Carried interest. There's so many that one might think of being much more relevant to trying to achieve that particular goal, to a chunk of that. So, the short version is, where are we going from here? And I think the answer is look for the changes in the broader M&A market to become more pronounced. Look for the biases towards foreign multinational firms to become more pronounced. And then depending on what happens politically, look for I think these agendas to figure more largely than ever in the dynamic of the discussion, which is, do we care what the citizenship is of our companies or not? And do we really want to use foreign activities of multinational firms as a tool for redistribution? Because I think those are the two questions that are being asked increasingly that are complicated. Okay, one little bit more. Thanks.
Okay, so I'm Victor Fleischer from the University of San Diego, and a lot of what I have to say sort of parallels what we hear has gone through. I'll try to do it with more pictures. Let's see. So I come to this from what I call the boundaries of the firm perspective, and a couple of you here, Damika and Kim, have heard me try to make sense of this before. And at a starting point, you think about why firms are organized and why they're organized the way that they are. And the beginnings of economic thinking is, well, firms are organized in order to minimize transaction costs. A typical example is the make versus buy decision. A company's going to manufacture something, let's say an iPhone, they have to make a decision. Do they want to build that inside the firm using firm employees, or do they want to contract with a supplier that's outside the firm using contract mechanisms rather than firm hierarchies? And traditional economic thinking says this is determined by things like search costs, monitoring costs, agency costs, and so forth. And I'm indebted here to Kim's insight a couple of years ago when I was first thinking about these issues, that the big distortion here that we can observe is a location distortion. So it's not so much the size of the firm that gets distorted by tax, but the location. So the traditional economic model outlined by Coase doesn't highlight the effect of tax on the boundaries of the firm. Once you introduce tax, it often becomes a first-order distortion of the boundaries of the firm. And one way that we observe that is the distortion of location, the expansion of firms overseas and their decisions about where to locate activities. We certainly see it on in the domestic level through the state tax system. Right? There's a lot more intellectual property in Delaware or Nevada than one would predict in the absence of tax. In the international through the location of especially intangible property. It'd be a little bit hard to see this at the bottom. This is just a screen grab from a study that the Kauffman Foundation did. The Kauffman study was aimed at measuring entrepreneurial activity, which they chose to measure as the creation of new firms. And so what they come up with is a list where at the very top, the most entrepreneurial economies in the world are the British Virgin Islands, the Isle of Man, Jersey, Guernsey, and not too far behind, Liechtenstein. These are obviously not the most entrepreneurial economies, but rather you see the creation of vast numbers of new firms, that is, legal entities, driven by tax rather than by real economic behavior. So I draw the conclusion from this that tax is relevant to this discussion of the boundaries of the firm, and one can really break it down into two effects: the revenue effects that the distortion of tax can cause, and the real effects. And a lot of the attention that people have paid to this question of inversions has been related to the revenue effects and the idea that this is going to further erode the U.S. corporate tax base. But equally important, or maybe even more important in the long run, are the real effects. And this is what Mihir's work has been emphasizing, is to think about how the tax system in the United States is distorting the real decisions that managers are making. right? Managers have two choices. They can shift the appearance of where income is located, or they can shift the actual location of where income is earned. And we need to pay more attention to the real effects than we have been doing. So one way to think about the problem, I fully agree we're not in a good place. If you wanted to design a system to incentivize moving jobs overseas, it would look pretty much like what we have now. You'd have a worldwide system, but couple it with deferral to encourage shifting income overseas, and a repatriation tax that encourages you to keep the money overseas, and then the accounting rules, which encourage you not to just keep it in cash, but if the accountants start making noise, to actually make permanent investments overseas, which relieves you of having the deferred tax liability on your balance sheet. And then maybe even one worse, the offshore cash becomes a potential acquisition currency for foreign inbound M&A. So I've started thinking of this as this pool of offshore cash, which is growing and growing, is like the overfunded pension plan of the 1980s, right? It's a sweetener to a deal that makes it a better deal in an M&A context for a foreign acquirer than it is for a domestic. I talked earlier about Notice 2014-52, and the Treasury Notice doesn't apply to foreign acquirers other than inverting U.S. companies. And so this increases the incentives and increases the advantage that a foreign acquirer would have in considering deals. Inversions allowed a way out of the sort of perverse incentives of the U.S. tax system. That has been largely shut down, the inversion technique. Some of the benefits of inversions have been reduced, but only for U.S. companies contemplating conversion, not a larger foreign acquirer who might benefit from those same advantages with respect to the U.S. firm that they're acquiring. So there's a couple of examples of this. Chiquita is one. I was at a inversion panel at University of San Diego earlier this week with one of the board members from Chiquita was up there. So Chiquita was considering an inversion and was getting some pushback on various fronts, and they ended up being acquired by a Brazilian firm and investor group. So this is, I think, the next big concern going forward. A little bit of a detour. I want to talk a little bit about frictions that we are relying on to keep our U.S. worldwide system, worldwide with deferral system in place. One of the interesting things is asking yourself the question, why would anyone organize as a U.S. corporation? If you're starting a firm that may have international operations, why would you possibly, what would the rationale be for organizing as a Delaware or California corporation as opposed to, say, a Cayman Islands corporation? I think the answer, and this is coming from a paper that Susie Morse and Eric Allen at USC have done, is, you know, it's still relatively expensive to set up a foreign corporation. It might involve, let's say, $100,000 in startup legal costs as opposed to virtually free. Most of the large law firms will help a startup set up a Delaware or California corporation for very little money in the hope that they'll get future business. But it's getting cheaper, right? The longer that we have this system, the more that Latham and Watkins is going to be familiar with helping a startup get organized overseas rather than in the U.S., in which case they don't have to get escape over the wall to the foreign multinational system, but they have it from the beginning. And my sense, anecdotally, is it's becoming more common in the San Diego area for biotech firms to think seriously about organizing overseas from the beginning. Political frictions, I was also going to argue that political frictions are eroding. Here has a case, HBS case study that he wrote about the Stanley Works deal. which highlighted some of the political frictions as have I. And I'm not sure that firms are as afraid of the political rhetoric involved with being called a traitor. What they're afraid of, though, and what they continue to be afraid of, is the threat of a consumer boycott. So I think Walgreens was quite concerned about this when they were contemplating an inversion last year. And they're concerned about the loss of government business. Right? So Walgreens has a lot of government contracts where they provide medicine to people. And so there's a political threat there that the U.S. government could. So we still have some political frictions that keep U.S. firms here in the U.S. Those frictions may be eroding. I think we need to think a little bit more about what political frictions are important and effective. So my conclusion is that the real effects matter, and we need to pay more attention to the real effects than we have been, not just the loss of tax revenue. I think we will have an uptick in foreign inbound M&A in the next 2 years because inversions are less attractive than they were. Other real effects we should think about, and here mentioned a little bit, the distortion of the market for corporate governance. Right, one of the things we think the U.S. is good at is corporate governance. We think that Delaware has a good court system, and it's interesting, and I think probably not a good development, that firms are shifting headquarters overseas where they may not be accessing our corporate governance system. Related to that, it may hurt our capital markets. We still have very strong capital markets relative to most other countries. I should say, when I say foreign inbound M&A is going to be a problem, it's not going to be a problem for Google or for Apple because they're too big. But as Mihir notes, some of the larger healthcare and oil and gas firms have been spinning off divisions to make a target that's going to be attractive. And the same investment bankers who've been pitching inversion transactions, they got to have something else to pitch. So they're just going to move on to the next thing. So I'm quite concerned about what I would predict is an uptick in inbound M&A. So that's my prediction. Right? Tax distorts the boundaries and location of the firm, and that it is often a first order, not a second order problem. As the inversion notice is made, inversion is less attractive, inbound M&A becomes more attractive. And where do I go from there? So that's all descriptive. This is more of the speculation slide. What can be done? And I sort of break it into short-term and long-term. Short-term being the next couple of years. Maybe we'll see a reduction in the corporate tax rate. That makes almost all of these problems a little bit better. There are, I think, attractive ways to think about reducing the benefits of deferral. A minimum tax, as we've discussed, is an interesting way to move towards a worldwide without deferral system. I think the case for a repatriation tax holiday, although I'm not entirely persuaded, is somewhat more persuasive than it was. I think the genie's out of the bottle. I don't think that Google and Apple are expecting to pay taxes on this deferred foreign cash, in which case you've already lost your credibility. Now you're just negotiating over price. So whether repatriation tax holiday is a good or a bad idea largely depends on the rate at which you impose a tax when they bring it back. Is it going to be 5% or is it going to be 10%? I'm also, and this is why I'm so glad that Larry is here with us, maybe he can give me an answer, can the Treasury take steps to make it harder for foreign acquirers to get trapped cash out from under? And are they taking steps to do that? My reading of the Treasury Notice 2014-52 is it doesn't make it harder for a foreign firm to engage in hopscotch or out from under transactions. I think that's kind of the critical short-term issue that needs to be looked at, but maybe Larry can give us more insight on that. Long-term, I think Alan and Mihir have it exactly right. We need to go back to think about the first principles of what we're trying to do. In which case, there's a couple of possible answers. Maybe we're trying to tax not rich corporations, but rich people, in which case we want to think about the best way to do that. And by rich people, I think what we mean is U.S. Shareholders of U.S. corporations, and figure out how to do that. Or maybe we're taxing access to the U.S. consumer markets, in which case maybe Alan's proposal for a destination-based tax really makes a lot of sense. I'm a little bit afraid of formulary apportionment for reasons I think we'll get into in the afternoon, but I really like Alan's idea there. So in the long run, meaning not in the next couple of years, I think this, as policy folks, this is what we need to be working on, is to generate more thinking about the real effects and not just the revenue effects, and first principles about what we're trying to accomplish instead of the fire that we're trying to put out. So I'll stop there and look forward to hearing Barry's comments.
I'll stay seated over here, but thanks, guys. As the lonely practitioner in the room, although I guess I'll call that a recovering practitioner, but a couple of thoughts on this. I guess, you know, Mihir said that, you know, we're not in a good place. I would say it's worse than what he said. Because this notice that we've talked about that, you know, got so much publicity where the president urged his treasury to come up with something to stop these evil things, and they came out with a notice in September, I wouldn't say that it has stopped inversions. You know, certainly AbbVie got a lot of press because that deal stopped, but Burger King's going forward, Medtronic's going forward, you know, Mylan, there's a bunch that are still going forward. We still have clients talking about it. And, you know, the way to sort of think about this notice and think about the impact it's had and why I don't think it's really stopped stuff is to just spend a minute and talk about it. It's really got two different things it's doing. It's trying to take the inversion fraction. You mentioned 80 and 60. That's kind of the key mechanic in the statute, which is the form of these is you've got a foreign acquirer acquiring a U.S. target. So it's going underneath inverting the foreign acquirer. And, you know, you need to sort of have some analytical mechanic for when is that an inversion and when isn't. And then that's what the inversion fraction. So it basically asks the question, my U.S. target shareholders, what portion of the foreign acquirer stock are they getting in the transaction? And that's where this 60 and 80 comes in. And it was key that it stayed under 80%. Obviously, going back through some of the historical stuff here mentioned, when we used to do self-inversions, that would be 100%. So that's when the statute came out, and people have referenced Stanley Tools, and I, being from West Hartford, Connecticut, I remember, you know, Senator Grassley shaking the Stanley hammer, you know, back when the wrench or whatever it was in the hearings back in 2004 when they first passed it, and, you know, introduced this concept of inversion fraction. So that kind of knocked self-inversions out, particularly when they then tightened up the substantial business activity. So what we've been in this regime for a number of years are these deal-driven inversions. So you had to sort of stay under 80%. And, you know, as you just think about that fraction, you know, if you were going to try to play games, you know, anything you could do to sort of puff up the foreign acquirer value or skinny down the U.S. target is going to help you meet that fraction. And so that's what the notice, the first part of the notice does, is it comes through with all sorts of rules that basically say, you know, if there's a bunch of passive assets, patent boxes and the like that you've stuffed in the foreign acquirer, we're not going to count that stock. Or if you skinny down the U.S. target, we're not going to count that, and that all makes it harder to meet that fraction. What has sort of caused people and practitioners to pull out their hair a little bit at this is that it's not purpose-driven anymore like the statute was. Most of these rules are as John Merrick from the Treasury said the other day, irrebuttable presumptions. So you go back and look, for example, on these skinny down distributions, and anything out of the ordinary in the last 3 years, boom, you're in trouble. And, you know, people make distributions all the time. So what this has caused is, yeah, it's made it harder to meet that fraction, but what it's actually caused is all sorts of deals that no one would have dreamed of as an inversion. It's got a foreign acquirer, no one's inverting or anything, but when you start reconstructing these fractions, you've got all sorts of diligence issues and things that can sort of muck up. So when you talk about distortions in the market for corporate control, it's sort of having an impact on the ability to do deals that no one would really see as an inversion. So it's having that impact. It's also making it tough to meet the fraction. But the other part of the notice and why people are still, I think, doing these inversions is the second part gets into goodies as to why are people doing these, and why do people do these? Well, from a tax standpoint at least. I mean, inserting leverage, which these allow you to do, will erode your U.S. tax base with the interest deductions. So base erosion, earnings strippings is a big reason. Probably the biggest in terms of the impact it can have, just in terms of the math. Interestingly, that is the one thing the notice does not touch. The most important thing, and they didn't touch it, understandably because that's fraught with political issues. There's a earnings strippings rule currently in the code, 163J, applies to everyone, not just people who are doing inversions, and but it's very loose in terms of the math, and so it's rarely much of a restriction on the ability to insert leverage. Treasury says that's coming, hasn't come yet, so that's still an advantage. The other thing, people mentioned the hopscotch, I think, in DCFC. These are all ways to sort of get at the cash, the trapped cash that's out there. Doesn't forbid that. It just makes it only if you're north of 60. So in our tax bar parity on orange is the new black, 60 is the new 80. Because, 80 used to be what everyone would worry about. 60 you would lose some benefits, but no one would really care that much. There was some exec com stuff, so my partner Jim Barral, who's in the back, we'd call him and he'd get that fixed up. But I mean, it was really not a huge deal. But now, if you go over 60 in that inversion fraction, you'll lose the ability to hopscotch, you'll lose the ability to DCFC or CFCs. And so it doesn't mean you don't want to invert, it just means there's a lot more at stake staying under 60 than there used to be. So it's kind of interesting that they sort of did that, but again, you're sympathetic in the sense of, if you're really worried about these techniques in association with inversions, you need to have some definition of what an inversion is. So 60% is sort of where they've drawn the line. So that's when I sort of say that couldn't agree more with your statement about the perils of piecemeal reform. I mean, when I say it's sort of even worse, it's not stopped inversions, but it's sort of gummed up the works for things that aren't inversions, and it's just kind of a little bit messy in that sense. So I certainly share your view on that, and would love to sort of see the ability to sort of do some sort of more systemic structural tax reform, as you laid out. Some of the points you mentioned, agree. I mean, and you echoed a lot of those points. The real effects are really the important ones, and you do see the distortions. And you're quite right. I mean, we do have a fairly large startup practice, including the life sciences area in North County, San Diego, down in your neck of the woods, and people do ask those questions. I mean, it doesn't happen as much because of all the PFIC rules and other things about startups, and but they ask that question because there's no doubt about it that if you were ever going to go overseas, there's no time like the beginning. So you don't have everything I just talked about is irrelevant because you start life as a non-U.S. entity. So it definitely is something that gets talked about. And then finally, I completely agree. The engine on all of this is the corporate tax rate in terms of the size of it. And lowering rates is always going to take the air out of these tires and make it less of an incentive to do all those things. But that would be part of structural reform, which I'm not sure is in the near-term future for us.
All right, great. Questions? So this is a great presentation by everybody, and just a quick observation about the repatriation holiday with my principal questions from here. There's a world of difference of behavioral consequences between doing repatriation holiday as a standalone thing and doing it as part of a transition to a new system. as part of a transition to a new system, it's the only time we here in this room will see a genuinely efficient tax, because it's a tax on the past. And so, whatever the rate is, there'll be a political discussion, but it stands on a completely different footing from a repatriation holiday by itself, which has profound behavioral consequences going forward. So my question or observation really is for Mihir. Mihir, you talked about the paper, your presentation is great. I think at the end there's a little bit of overclaiming and a way of generalizing your point to make it even more forceful. The overclaiming is on redistribution. I never said in Washington, and I know the Bankman-Shapiro paper does not recommend the corporate tax as a redistributive device. It rejects that in 3 sentences.
It's, as I understood the piece, well, sorry, go ahead.
This is the piece about Pekin.
Yeah.
Yeah, it rejects the corporate tax as a redistributive device in their paper. And my point has always been we need a low, consistent tax on capital income. But the point where I think you could generalize more is when you describe the incentives that are now being created for inbound investment in the United States. Absolutely right. But it's also true that those same dynamics are working in respect of every other major economy. So it's not that the U.S. is disadvantaged, it's that source countries are disadvantaged. So there's an advantage for U.S. firms in Germany, just like German firms in the United States. And the result is what we see in BEPS, for example, and what we see in the inversion notice, in a small, overly targeted way, is a revolt of the source countries. That's what's going on. I think that's what Alan meant when he talked about BEPS. And so it's all over the world, source countries are revolting and saying things aren't working for us. And the most amusing example, of course, is the UK, which simultaneously makes that point and has a diverted profits tax, and on the other hand says, come on board, we want to be the headquarters of all your diversion activity. So you could take your observations about distortions in the M&A market and make it a global observation. It's not just the US that's getting bored.
So I didn't mean to mischaracterize what you said, and I apologize. I know somebody on that panel very clearly said it, and it was...
It has to be shared.
Yeah.
I dozed off.
I apologize for that, but I certainly didn't mean to mischaracterize it. And I guess, I've only read the script because it came out 2 days ago, which is that my understanding of that other piece, which again, I apologize if I mischaracterized, is they list several alternatives to the global wealth tax that Piketty proposes, and then talks about which are preferred. I think they suggest that there are many problems with it, but they listed a tax on large multinational firms as one of the specific alternatives.
They listed and rejected. It's
so
3 sentences.
Okay.
That's my only point.
Yeah.
That's what be fair to them.
They reject a lot of things. And
yeah.
I think the only point I meant to mention is this is now part of the debate. Income redistribution is what this question is becoming, and the fair share of multinational firms is what this is becoming. And I think that is a broad point, and I didn't mean to misattribute anything to anybody. But I think it's true that in a way that has never been true, multinational firms are viewed as a piece of that puzzle, and it's not clear to me why, and it's not clear to me how
we're in complete agreement.
Yeah, on that. I guess I agree with you generally that the source countries are upset, but I do think it's not about territoriality. It's about, it has this really weird reverse dynamic, which is American multinational firms and the way they're behaving because of a worldwide system of deferral is triggering a lot of behavior around the world, which is actually getting people really angry. So if you think about BEPS and free workers, right, it's about searching, French people searching, and Amazon capitalizing on it, or Google capitalizing on that. And so it has a lot to do, I think, with American multinational firms, more than it has to do with some dissatisfaction with territoriality. So that was, I guess, the one point I was trying to make there. But yeah, I think it's, so yeah, I agree, I think we agree a fair amount. I think it is the question I was trying to address.
Can I just ask a clarification on the point? I agree with what you just said, that it's about American multinational firms, but you seem to say during your comments it was about the American tax system?
Well, I think it's about some of that behavior that American multinational firms are undertaking is an artifact of the way the American tax system works.
In what way?
Well, so I think they have lots of incentives to keep to structure an Irish operation and have all their worldwide operations put profits in Ireland.
Wouldn't that
and
be
then
true
keep
for
it
the U.S.
permanent.
in a territorial system? Wouldn't they be better off having their profits in Ireland than the U.S.?
It may well be. I guess worldwide without deferral. So the current status quo is there's a big incentive to have all their foreign profits in Ireland and keep them there. And so they are scooping profits out of every other jurisdiction and putting them in Ireland. That is the concern. And under territoriality, would they have?
Under territoriality, they still wouldn't have an incentive to have earnings in the U.S.
They have the same incentive.
I think that's fair. All I was suggesting is that that's not a reaction to territoriality in Germany or in the UK or Japan. It's a reaction, I don't think it has to do with discontent there.
Well, when you say discontent with the way that, not with territoriality per se, but with the way the system is working.
Not the way their system's working, the way the U.S. system is working. And the way U.S. actors are acting, maybe.
Well,
sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
So you're absolutely right. It's the way U.S. actors are acting. Fair enough.
I mean, here perhaps another way of saying it would be that Germany isn't troubled by the word territoriality is applied, to outbound German activity. What they're worried about is the German base being eroded by, and so it's not territorial in the sense of
German multinational firms. I think they're not worried about German multinational.
Correct.
They're worried about.
Yeah, they're worried about their domestic base being eroded by foreign multinationals, which is, and so you're right in the sense that territoriality isn't an issue, and foreign direct investment, structures for foreign direct and outbound investment is not the concern of UK, Germany, whatever. It's the inbound. It's them wearing their source hat.
Right. I think you're right, and that I think your point about sources is exactly
and
right.
that's true
and
globally.
that parallels in the U.S., which is
And that's my point. My point is
absolutely.
it's not just Merck coming to the U.S. It's Pfizer going to Germany.
Right. But I guess the point I was trying to make is, which is, so we are very concerned about the transition to territoriality. And it's not clear that other countries have suffered in ways that are consistent with those fears. And, we've had a lot of regime changes, and it's just not clear that that's happened. So it's not as if that much revenue is evaporating that people are concerned. And it's not, and I guess the point I was trying to make here is it's not as if these other situations are reflecting concerns about territoriality.
You're arguing against a missing baseline. There was no Amazon a few years ago in Europe, and now there is. And so the question is that value added being captured anywhere in Europe? And the answer turns out to be no. No one's paying. Amazon pays tax nowhere in Europe. So there's missing revenue everywhere, even if it's not showing up in their data.
Well, I think we'll talk about this this afternoon. It's not clear how much that is and how big a concern that would be. I'm a little skeptical about the idea that this is all new and the digital economy is all new and we've never seen these problems. We've seen subscribers for a long time. We've seen value created by free workers for a long time. We've seen all these things for a long time. So I don't know how novel the problems are in that sense.
Brian?
Sorry.
My question is related to these questions about BEPS and what's driving BEPS. And I agree that the UK and Germany and my own country are concerned about the erosion of their source tax base. I wonder if that's the same concern that you have in the United States.
I think partly the answer to that is yes. I mean, I think although people talk about inversions in terms of the U.S. losing residual tax on foreign source income, I think we ought to be equally concerned about losing U.S. source income that's masquerading as foreign source income. Is that what you were asking?
Let me make it more precise. In other words, are you more concerned about the same things that the UK is concerned about? They're concerned about Apple and Google and Starbucks and Amazon ripping off their tax base. That's their perception of the problem. It has seemed to me occasionally that you see the problem as being what Starbucks and Apple and Google are talking about. It's all this offshore cash stuff. It's the fact that your CFC rules aren't capturing that foreign source income of US-based multinationals, as opposed to concern about the U.S. source tax base?
I mean, leverage is U.S.
Yeah, leverage.
We're talking about a couple of different things here. I mean, you can talk about those kind of things in terms of how our international system works for U.S., but I mean, just looking at it from the inversion, which is just one piece of it, right? I mean, we could have that discussion. I mean, Apple's not inverting, Amazon's not inverting. They're all shifting stuff to Ireland. We can talk about that. But just from the inversion standpoint, from my perspective, it's companies, U.S. companies, that are, sitting there before they invert, paying 30% tax rate, 30+% tax rate on their U.S. income, and now inverting and being able to erode that base and cut that in half through leverage. To me, that's not the only point, because obviously they talk about the various ways it makes it easier to go out from underclaiming and get to the CFCs and stuff, which gets to some of the points you are. But to me, I mean, the headline in the Wall Street Journal the day after an inversion transaction is the CEO, the ideal headline, but the CEO going out and sort of saying, our effective tax rate is now going to be 15% instead of 30%. The reason for that, more than anything else, in my view, is leverage.
Well, just personally, I was just going to respond. I'm not that concerned about revenue considerations generally because the numbers are small. And I think there are better ways to raise them.
That's true too.
And so my primary concern is real activity. And even the diverted profits tax, the numbers they raise are small. They're relatively small. They're not large numbers. So I think one of the things in this debate is that revenue considerations have dominated, disproportionately to their effects towards reality.
If I can just...
Sorry, just one second. And I think Larry's exactly right. It's about earnings stripping. And that's why inversions matter.
So, one more thing on real effects. It's just an anecdote from... so I was chatting with somebody a couple of months ago who was a senior executive at a firm that was being acquired. And the acquisition had just been announced, and the CEO, and it was a big win for the shareholders, and the CEO was making a lot of money himself on the acquisition. And they were about to head over to the first big meeting following the announcement. And they had to remind the CEO not to be too giddy, because most of the people he was going to be talking to in that room were losing their jobs. This was a domestic acquisition, but it becomes even more so when you have a foreign acquisition. I think one of the things you asked me here was, do we care about the foreign ownership versus U.S. ownership of a business that's located in the United States? One of the reasons is that the jobs, certain types of the jobs tend to follow headquarters, and that problem gets worse. You think about the things that we're good at comparatively, we tend to be pretty good at executive level jobs, good bankers and lawyers and so forth. Those management jobs are the ones that could be moving more overseas.
Yeah, I guess I have a framing question for me here, and thinking about this. Corporate tax policy, it strikes me as an indirect way to get at any number of things, not just distribution. So a two-pronged point. First, I guess I'm going to disagree with both you and Ed. I think there are distributional consequences of how we tax corporations. The corporate tax is an important backstop to the individual tax. We're living in an era of increased income inequality, but also increased capital share of income. So if we completely ignore the capital part of income taxation, or say that that's distributionally irrelevant, I guess I'm less comfortable being quite so sanguine about that. You could say, well, we don't know who's paying the corporate tax. It could be partly borne by labor, but we do know who's paying the payroll tax. That's entirely borne by labor. And some of the corporate tax surely falls on excess profits. If you look at the Treasury estimates, they estimate that like half of the corporate tax is really a tax on rents, not on capital, and the other half is distributed between capital and labor. So I guess I'm just going to push back a little bit and say that all of our whole tax system has distributional consequences, and this is an important piece of that. But the second point on the competitiveness, it seems like we're very quick to say that the first best way to address a competitive economy is through the corporate tax system. And I'm not entirely sure that that's true either. I mean, there are many aspects of competitiveness, the exchange rate, how educated our workers are, what our infrastructure looks like, whether we fund basic research and development through the National Science Foundation, the National Institutes of Health, what our universities look like. And all of those things make a competitive economy, you know, not just tax policy. So it seems that you could, if you're going to make the case that, okay, well, tax policy is like a fifth best way to deal with income distribution, you could probably make that same case regarding competitiveness, because there's all sorts of other ways which a U.S. economy is competitive aside from tax policy. So I guess that's not really a question as much as a statement. Do you agree? Do you disagree?
So surely the corporate tax has distributional consequences. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I agree. You know, and we know, Carol was a little about exactly what that is, but surely it does. I guess, and I wouldn't disagree that we want to think about redistribution more generally and using the corporate tax and using capital taxes, all kinds. Using the taxation of foreign earnings in multinational firms, it's a complicated stretch to get there.
It's just part of the puzzle, it seems like, because if you're basically saying that, okay, it's okay if the corporate tax base is eroded through shifting abroad, and that doesn't have distributional.
Nobody suggested that.
Yeah. Okay, and I'm just saying that I think it is. It struck me when you had that slide up there, and you were saying it's puzzling that we care about distribution at this moment.
I'm sorry, I care about distribution.
Yeah.
I care about it. I think it's really interesting. I think it's really important. Nobody suggested otherwise. The question is this the instrument to use? And is it the first best, or fifth best, or 10th best? That was the only thing I was adding. And the same thing in the competitiveness piece I circulated. I don't think we should even think about countries as being competitive. I don't think it's useful logic.
Yeah.
So that's why I tried to say in that piece. But
yeah.
I do think it is, what I tried to explore in that piece is just to ask whether we care, whether our firms are doing well. And that's the question that I was trying to raise.
Okay. In talking about inversions, there's a lot of concern about income stripping that may result when firms go foreign. I wonder why we're so concerned. I guess two questions. I wonder why we're so concerned about income stripping by inverted firms and not just concerned about income stripping by all foreign firms, including those that have been historically foreign. And the second, if we are concerned about the second thing, given that incentives are a matter of carrots and sticks, why are we just talking about reducing the tax on the foreign income of U.S. multinationals and not trying to get ways through 163 tightening or other ways to increase the tax on the U.S. source income of foreign multinationals?
I mean, in general, I agree. I mean, the puzzle, we should be thinking about why foreign multinationals pay such low tax rates on U.S. activity. I think it is because of discordant earnings driven rules, and I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I mean, I think the short literal answer is, the Treasury is constrained by what it has authority to act on, right? And they can't rewrite 163J. What they can do is put out a notice that
I was not referring just to Treasury.
Yeah. So, but I think you're right that it makes sense to reevaluate those rules more broadly at the legislative level. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah,
If we're so concerned about income stripping, how come we continue to insist upon zero tax rates on interest and trees?
That's a fair question. I mean, you wouldn't be able to obviously do it without it, or without a very low rate. If it was all 30% across the board, you wouldn't be seeing all that leverage, that's for sure.
And secondly, well, I lost my thought. I had some question for Vic, but I'll save it.
All right. Thank you. So we are now at lunch, and I believe we have box lunches outside this room, and then we're gonna, I think the weather is looking acceptable maybe to our East Coast folks, right? Just enough that we can eat outside, right? We have, in the courtyard, there's some metal tables that you can eat at. Not the ones with the tablecloths, I think that's not ours. Different conference. We're not about tablecloths, we can eat on the actual numbers. David, so you can pick up the lunch and head out to the courtroom. We'll reconvene at 1. Alrighty, so welcome back. We've got a dream team lineup here to talk about worldwide versus territorial taxation. Eric Toder from Tax Policy Center, Kim Clausing from Reed College, and Ed Kleinbard from Crosstown, USC, home to the Hall of Champions, I know from the last time I was down there. But we're, of course, thrilled to have all three of you. I'm just here to kind of keep the queue and play very loose moderator responsibilities. So we'll have Eric first, then Kim, and then Ed will offer his commentary. I see it there.
Oh, it's that. Okay, so this is, I'm going to talk about a paper we just wrote that was co-authored with Roseanne Alschler and Stephen Shea, and it came out of a year's work was funded by the Smith Richardson Foundation, and the question they wanted to look at was what the U.S. could learn. We've had the reference that almost every other country in the world and all our major trading partners are territorial these days, so what is it that we can learn from other countries' experiences with territorial systems? So that's what this effort was. We had a conference last year. We had a number of people. Brian Arnold was there, and a number of people from overseas. Alan was there. I think some others in this room were there that I don't remember. Were you there, Steve? No. So Steve just had to walk down the hall. So I think in some sense this is a little bit unusual project for me to be involved in, because while it did involve reading literature and it did involve looking at data and certainly involved some thinking of the standard economic concepts, a big part of the story of my understanding about this is based on anecdotes, which is not always terribly satisfying, but in this world what's going on in private practice is often really a key to what's actually going on, and other than by talking to lawyers and talking to practitioners, you don't learn that, and you hope someday you'll have data that will validate that in a way that's more academically satisfying, but you don't always get that. So there's going to be part of that in this conversation as well. So first of all, the question is what makes a system territorial, and of course we wrestled with the definition, and according to the standard definition that people uses, those systems that are territorial are systems that basically exempt the active foreign income of their multinational corporations, and the way they do that is when they pay them back as dividends, they're either exempting all or 95% of the dividends. The 95% is really a 5% haircut some countries give as an adjustment for the fact that they don't properly allocate deductions between domestic and foreign income. So it's really meant to be conceptually 100% exemption. In contrast, the worldwide systems will tax foreign source income as accrued, or either as accrued or when repatriated. In the case of active income, it's in all cases that I'm aware of. I think somebody said Brazil is different, but that the taxes on repatriation, they have deferral. As an aside, New Zealand used to have an accrual-based tax, but they abandoned that some years after. By this standard definition, though, most of the countries of the world, all of the G7 except for the USA, are territorial. But of course, these differences are exaggerated. So to say that some systems tax foreign income because they're worldwide, and some systems don't tax it because they're territorial is a vast oversimplification. Most worldwide systems, as has been said, allow deferral, and that, of course, means sometimes these taxes are deferred for a long time or perhaps permanently. So that substantially reduces the effective tax rate on that income, although it will create some issue with the incentive to lock out and the incentive to repatriate. Both systems tax some foreign, all the countries tax some foreign income as accrued. They've all developed CFC rules of some kind or another, and there are vastly different details among countries. Brian has written a lot about this, about how tough some countries' rules are and how generous others are. Apparently, from what I understand, Brian can correct me, the United States is toward the tougher end of that, but not necessarily always on all dimensions. And of course, we are a check-the-box rules, which are a major hole in our CFC rules. A third point to be made is that the difference between worldwide and territorial is not such a bright line as in the conversations about income stripping that have gone on, at least with respect to your own residential multinationals. One way of preventing them from stripping income is to have taxes on foreign source income, and that means if they strip income out of the United States, they still get taxed. So in some sense, the CFC rules or the other elements of a worldwide tax we have can be thought in part as ways to buttress or support having a source-based U.S. tax or protecting the source base. So you can't really think of these two systems as totally independent. Finally, although we were talking about corporations, all of the countries tax their individual residents on their worldwide income. And so that's kind of with appropriate adjustments for foreign taxes, foreign tax credits. So if I get dividends from a foreign country, that's taxable under the U.S. Foreign company. That's taxable under the U.S. System. So we do have a residence-based tax or worldwide tax from the point of view of the treatment of individuals. Okay, so in our study we looked at 5 different countries, one of them the United States obviously, but 4 others, 2 which have had long-standing territorial systems, and 2 which have recently gone territorial, the latter 2 being Japan and the United Kingdom. We picked them, we wanted to pick Germany as one that was typical of countries, maybe not, at least representative, not typical of countries that are in the EU, which are among the major countries in that regard. And we picked Australia because it was an outlier and someplace else and a little bit different. So, and I'll talk about how. So, as the chart shows, both Japan and the UK enacted dividend exemption in 2009. They had worldwide systems before then, at least formally. And Germany has been territorial basically since the end of the Second World War, maybe before then, and Australia all the time except for a brief period when they were worldwide in the late 80s. So these countries are different in various ways. I'll go through some of the differences between them because these inform them. They're different economies, they have different general tax rules, and they have different reasons why they chose to be territorial or not. So I'll go through those. I think sort of the thing that's different about my presentation is I'm focusing on what other countries are doing as opposed to general theory. So if you look at, well, I don't have GDP on this chart. The U.S. Way outstrips those because it's a much larger country and a much larger economy. But that is one fact that's relevant in looking at us versus other countries we always have to think of, which affects our tax policy. We're not as big an elephant as we are, but we're still the biggest elephant in the room, as we used to be, rather. GDP per capita, we are richer than all these others, but we're all talking in all cases about high-income countries, and the differences aren't really spectacular. Germany is higher than Japan, and Japan and the UK are at the bottom. I suppose if we had done this 20 years ago, Japan would have been higher up on this comparison chart. Oh wait, let me go back because there are other things here that are important. I didn't put exports and imports on the chart for reason of space. There are differences in trade balances, but basically the story with imports would have been the same, and that's a measure of the exposure to trade. And there are really stark differences. The United States and Japan are much lower than all the other countries, and Germany, which is in continental Europe, is the most exposed to trade. So that's one thing. Another measure is how much outbound foreign domestic investment do they have. And by the way, this is not the flow, this is the stock of assets. And the U.S. is somewhere in the middle of that. Japan is the lowest, and Germany, the UK is the highest in that regard. And as far as capital flows generally, Australia is the outlier here. They have actually, they're capital importing countries. All the others have outbound FDI, and some of them have outbound FDI and inbound portfolio. In some sense what that means, I guess, the U.S. being outbound FDI and inbound portfolio is we're getting money from the rest of the world, countries that were borrowing money or buying our equity, I guess mostly borrowing from other countries. But our multinationals are investing more in other countries than other multinationals are coming here. So we still have outbound direct FDI. Australia, as I said, is different, partly because of their large mining sector. They tend to be a capital importing country. And finally, I just threw in manufacturing, because everybody talks about manufacturing. Germany and Japan is way above the UK, US, and Australia in terms of manufacturing as a share of the economy. The English-speaking countries seem to have moved more toward high-tech and finance. And actually, the US also has a very large healthcare sector, which is part of the story. But that's not the subject of this talk. So in terms of tax policy, it's been stated before, the United States is a low-tax country. Japan is also a low-tax country, not quite as low as us. And Germany among these is the highest tax. All these figures are including both state and local, national and subnational revenues. So we have 3 countries here, the USA, Germany, and Australia that have federal systems, and the UK and Japan. And actually Japan has some subnational taxation as well as part of the picture. So the UK and the USA are really the UK is the big outlier. Corporate receipts as a percentage of GDP is highest in Australia. There are some reasons for that I'll go into later. And lowest in Germany and the United States. And there are reasons for that, which I will also go into in the next slide. Corporate tax rate is the highest in the US. People have talked about that. Japan used to be higher than us. They've come down below us, and I think they're scheduled to continue another reduction of 35% the next year. And everyone else is below us. If you looked at the same comparison 20 years after 1986 Tax Reform Act, you would have had a completely different picture. And finally, the last column, which is kind of relevant to this revenue story, is the share of business profits that are subject to corporate tax. I admit this data is a little flaky. There's no OECD data, so I have to go to each country and try to tease this out. But the interesting, striking thing here is the US is much lower than everybody else, and Germany actually is very low too, and that's a measure of the amount of income that goes through organizations that are tax disclosures. And so that's a very, very significant part of our tax system relative to these other countries. And I think a big part of this story for the comparative revenue figures that you're getting here, one of the reasons the U.S. is so low is because a lot of our income is taxed at the individual level through flow-throughs, as opposed to being taxed at business income at the corporate level. Australia, there's the additional factor of their being a capital importer and having the mining sector, and one other aspect of their tax law, which I'll get to in the next slide, which is the double taxation relief. It's another aspect of corporate tax. And Australia has this interesting system. Actually, it used to be most countries, many countries in the world had this. Many have abandoned it, but they still maintain a full imputation system for dividends, what's called a franked system. So if a corporate tax, if an Australian company pays Australian corporate tax and then pays a dividend to the shareholders get a credit for the Australian tax that's been paid with respect to those dividends. So the reason that helps drive up Australian corporate revenues, it's thought, is the Australian companies have less of an incentive to evade or avoid the corporate tax, because when they avoid the corporate tax, then the tax is paid when the money is distributed to the shareholders. So the corporate tax that's paid can be washed out when it's distributed. Now that still means, of course, that shareholders implicitly bear the tax on retained earnings that Australian companies pay. So it isn't completely an incentive to eliminate that tax burden. But it is an interesting feature of the system, which is different than the others. Germany and the UK both had integrated systems before, similar to what Australia has with a credit invoice kind of system. Both of them have been repealed, and that's largely was due to rules in the EU. The credit invoice systems as they existed would not allow credits to be paid to foreign shareholders. They were only paid to domestic shareholders, and that was viewed within the EU context as discriminatory. And so since the countries didn't want to have to pay credits of their corporate tax to foreign shareholders, they just simply eliminated the systems. So basically, everybody's kind of moved back to a classical system, just about. There are a few exceptions. The U.S. has discussed corporate integration for many years. We've never enacted it. We did, however, in 2003 reduce the tax on dividends and capital gains to 15%. So we had a very deep preference for dividends. It's not quite as deep anymore. The rate's up to 23.8%, the top rate. But it is a point to note that that's not really integration, because that preference to dividends is being given irrespective of whether any corporate level tax is being paid. So it's a reduction in the corporate double tax in cases where there is a double tax, and just a tax rate where there isn't. There are other unique features of the tax system, and we go through in some detail in the paper. I'm just summarizing some of the things I found most interesting. As I said, in Australia, the unique feature is their imputation system, and also their very large mining sector. So a lot of the corporate tax is really picking up the rents from the investors in the mines, many of which are foreign companies. So there is a sort of a different instinct there, and the Australians are less concerned about the outbounding, capturing the outbounding of Australian companies. Germany, from what I understand, from what was discussed at the conference, has fairly tough rules on the tax avoidance by their resident multinationals. So they actually do a reasonably good job of policing their domestic tax base through their CFC rules. What the Germans were complaining about was Amazon and other U.S. companies that are stripping the German tax base, and apparently due to provisions in the EU and the use of Luxembourg and other things, it's difficult for Germany to get at that. So the Germans were really quite upset. By the way, I would say as a parenthetical, to everybody, the ideal tax system would be when they tax the foreign income of foreign residents. But, that, of course, is sort of out of the cards. But if we could figure out a way to do that, that would be the solution. Finally, in Japan, the interesting thing was not so much about their tax rules, but about their tax culture. And what everybody was saying, that basically they have a compliant tax culture, and Japanese companies are not availing themselves of the type of opportunities that U.S. corporations or UK or German corporations are trying to avail themselves of, which is an interesting, very interesting commentary, so that the Japanese companies, if you give them a tax holiday, they'll take it. If you give them favorable depreciation rules, they'll use it. So they'll use all of those incentives that are there, but they're not going out there setting up places to hold their high tech in Ireland or other places. And they seem to think it's a patriotic duty to pay taxes to their government. I only raised that as I found that part of the conference probably the most interesting part, and all I have on this is anecdotal, other than the fact that it was verified by a number of people. It wasn't just the one speaker from Japan who made that comment. It was an American who worked in Japan. But I guess I had the feeling that we might think twice. It's probably something I shouldn't say because it would rule me out of the profession of both economics and lawyers, but we shouldn't be so easy to say that anything that companies can do to legally avoid tax should be thought of as okay. I mean, I think there is some aspect of culture that's important, and the fact that we have the tax culture that we have is a problem. But I guess that's something, again, saying that rules me out of the fraternity of both lawyers and economists, so I'm a little bit careful of how far I push that. The UK, they have a low rate, and that's since the reforms. And the kind of interesting thing about the reforms, and I'll get to that in the next slide, was not so much the exemption of dividends, but other things they did, in particularly loosening the CFC rules. And in the US, we have all kinds of ways we're different. We have the highest rate, we have the repatriation tax, we don't have a VAT. Our important factor is that we've been a leader of the world in developing certain sectors in high tech and biotech, and not the only company with pharmaceutical companies. We have a lot of big pharma too. And so relative to other countries, we have a lot more intangible capital in our multinationals. So the opportunities for the kind of tax avoidance and base shifting that's seen are probably bigger for U.S. companies than they are on average for other companies. So that may be one of the reasons why there's so much focusing on the U.S. as nature of our business sector and what we do. And finally, the other thing is with regard to profit shifting. Harry Gruber's written a paper, and others have written a paper showing how the share of U.S. Foreign income, reported foreign income, has grown much faster of reported foreign income than any other indices of foreign activity, such as employment, investment, and so forth. And so we've got these papers that have shown evidence of income shifting. At least at the time when we did this study, there seemed to be a lot less evidence of income shifting going on by multinationals of other countries. And our conclusion, I mean, Steve and I believe, is that's not because it isn't happening, it's because we're not measuring it. So I think one of the important aspects of BEPS will be to try to get better measurement or better data on what's going on. So in some sense, in some of the reaction against the U.S. multinationals is based on the fact of looking for the key under the lamppost. This is what you can see, but there's other stuff going on that's less visible. Except again, anecdotally, I'm told by tax lawyers who work on deals that there's an awful lot of this shifting going on outside of the U.S. Income out by foreign-based multinationals. Okay, so why do they go territorial? A lot of possible reasons. One is lockout of funds. Well, the Japanese were a bit concerned about that, and I think, but partly because they felt if the money came back, more of it would be invested in Japan. That was their main concern, not so much revenue. And Japan has experienced 20 years of slow growth, and they were trying to actually encourage more domestic investment. In the U.S., the lockout was the lockout was relatively important. They didn't have whatever code section that is 956, Steve. There's some section that we have that that stops firms from disguising intercompany, getting around the dividend tax through intercompany loans. But the UK didn't have such rules. So actually, a good tax planner could have gotten the money back to the UK tax-free before 2009. So this was not really that big a change, we were told, in the way of doing business there. So it wasn't so much the repatriation tax, but the CFC rules was a very important factor in the UK. They were concerned about competitiveness of their firms. They were concerned about their national, as Mihir has talked about, the countries concerned with their national firms. They were very concerned about their national firms, and the way they tried to make things easier was by relaxing the CFC rules, which was making the UK an undesirable location, causing a lot of firms to want to be in Ireland where they were not under those rules. Concerns about inversions. In the UK, it's a slightly different, as was discussed at a conference we had last week on inversions in DC. The UK cannot, because of EU restrictions, the UK cannot enact the kinds of anti-inversion legislation that the US has been able to enact. So they don't have the ability to stop inversions or to try to stop them in the way we've been doing it. But the UK has a different resident rule. Their resident rule requires place of management. So there is more of a cost to moving out of the UK. The top management actually has to go live somewhere else, which is not the case in the US. So their inversions that were taking place also had more real consequences than our inversions did. So while there was maybe not as much going on, they were concerned about it, and so that was one of the reasons for making the tax system more corporate friendly. Finally, the concern about increased tax avoidance. The UK didn't seem to express very much concern about it. However, there has been a public outcry since then, and everybody's worried about multinationals stripping income. But as has been said before today, the concern seems to be focused on Starbucks and other US companies more than on UK companies. Japan, there really wasn't a concern. They didn't feel their companies were going to take advantage of this. So we probably would be different, is that there's a lot of concern if we eliminate the dividend tax, that would even give our companies more of an opportunity to shift the money out. So we have a few conclusions. They're very, very tentative. We're not going to say whether the world, I'm not going to say whether the world or the US should go one way or another, but I guess our first conclusion is we're so different, and the reason that other countries moved to territorial was so different, that there's no reason we necessarily have to follow the policies of other countries. It's true that we do need to be concerned about competition, and so that's going to affect our rules, but we don't necessarily have to come up with the same solutions. The second is the territorial definition is not the same story. We saw that actually in the camp legislation, which was a territorial tax, but with such an increased anti-avoidance rules, which meant really toughening our CFC rules, that while it was territorial, it was also moving partly toward worldwide, although more on an accrual basis. So the way we do a territorial, whether it's tough territorial, light territorial, really makes a difference. So a third thing is we know a lot more about the multinational shifting of US multinationals, but others may do as much. And that's something, so we can't just be different than that. A fourth conclusion is that our ability to retain higher rates and tougher rules on foreign income, while we have the ability to do that because we're the big gorilla and a lot of companies will want to be US resident and a lot of will want to invest in the United States no matter what we do, our ability to maintain those differences is declining over time. And so we do need to start thinking about how we need to adjust to that. We're not denying that. And finally, given this race to the bottom that's going on, particularly in terms of income shifting and changing residence, we do think that ultimately we came out of the conference feeling very pessimistic about the possibility of any unilateral solution to this problem. And we do think that more international cooperation is needed to prevent erosion of the corporate base, and so that kind of leads into the next session. That's what I was thinking. But Kim is up next.
Great, thank you and thanks for inviting me. I've really enjoyed the conference so far and all the papers this morning, and I'm looking forward to Duncan and Brian this afternoon, and it's a pleasure to be part of this group. I was asked to talk about territorial and worldwide systems of taxation, and I used to do some empirical work that attempted to look at how foreign direct investment, tax sensitivity, differed between these two types of countries, and also how government revenues differed between these two types of countries. And as I was coding the countries over the years, I eventually resorted to not just putting them into two buckets, but coming up with a third bucket that was hybrid. And then the more I learned about the law, hanging out with too many lawyers and law professors, the more I got confused about exactly how many buckets we should have. Maybe we needed like 7 buckets, or it's a little unclear how to categorize countries. And lately I've concluded that in fact this distinction, worldwide and territorial, is not really a helpful label. And maybe a better way of thinking about this is that every country is somewhere on a spectrum, and then the question is, how do we define the ends of the spectrum? How do we place countries in a particular point on that spectrum? And are countries that we call worldwide necessarily more worldwide than countries that we call territorial? So that's what I'm going to talk about today, and then some of the policy implications that come out of that about trade-offs that we face once we realize that. So, as I said, I feel this is a somewhat unhelpful distinction, these labels, territorial and worldwide. For instance, we often hear debates about how the U.S. has a unique system because we're one of the last important countries with a worldwide system by that label. People always ignore China, by the way, which I think, according to the IMF, is the world's largest economy in purchasing power basis. So maybe we should say that the U.S. and China are both the last 2 important countries. But this does beg the question: do we really have a worldwide system, even though we're given that label? If you ask the president's chief economic advisor, Jason Furman, he'll say we have a stupid territorial system, which doesn't sound like one you would want. I'd rather have a smart other kind. So then this raises another spectrum: stupid to smart, to territorial to worldwide, and presumably stupid isn't what you're shooting for. But let's take this question seriously. What does it really mean to be territorial? What does it mean to be worldwide? And how would we distinguish this both in theory and in practice? So thinking about it, I would argue that we don't really have very many examples of pure tax systems. Every example that we have is a hybrid system of some type. But if we did have pure tax systems, the pure territorial system wouldn't tax any foreign income. So there would be no home effective tax burden. There would be a burden in the country in which the multinational was operating, depending on where that was, but there wouldn't be a residual burden at home. There would be no tax consequence to repatriation, and there would be a high incentive to earn income in low tax countries relative to high tax countries because it would be more likely taxed. So that's pretty straightforward. You don't see a lot of pure territorial systems because countries tinker with various features that raise these numbers from 0 to higher numbers and make, in some cases, the incentive to earn income in low tax countries less than one might think. Going to the other end of the spectrum, in a pure worldwide system, you tax all foreign income currently. You wouldn't allow deferral. The tax rate that would apply would be the domestic tax rate, and if you operated in a country that had a higher tax rate than your home tax rate, the foreign tax credit would cover that excess too. Repatriation would also not be tax relevant because income would be taxed currently in a pure worldwide system. There would be no reason to defer the income. And so there would be no relative incentive to earn income in low tax countries because it would be taxed the same as if it were earned at home. We also don't see pure worldwide tax systems in practice. right? So every country lies in between, or most of the ones that we're accustomed to thinking about. And so then the next question becomes, well, how do we evaluate where countries actually are on this spectrum between pure worldwide and pure territorial? What criteria are relevant for evaluating that? And on net, where should we place countries on that spectrum? But you see what happens along the spectrum. More foreign income is taxed, the tax burden on the foreign income goes up. Weirdly, the tax consequences of repatriation are actually not monotonic in the sense that you'll have a repatriation tax burden under some of these hybrid systems, but if it were really purely worldwide, there would be one. And then this relative incentive to earn income in low-tax countries will be effective too. Note that some of these things are average things and some of these things are marginal things. And as an economist, we think that's somewhat different. You know, so the average tax burden on your foreign income might affect how attractive it is to have a plant somewhere and earn a bunch of income there. But the marginal incentive to earn the additional dollar or to repatriate an additional dollar affects those marginal decisions too. So I've divided these things, these criteria into 4 different things, but there's some overlapping considerations here. The reason I make them distinct is because I think you can use different pieces of evidence to evaluate each of these 4 things, even though they likely affect each other. And I'll make that clear as I go. So first, how much income is taxed? We've got a real expert on CFC rules over here, Brian Arnold. The JCT has also done a report comparing the CFC rules across countries, with a number of countries that they include as well. One thing I found so helpful about the Arnold work is he notes that the point of these rules is to really distinguish good and bad income. So different countries have different judgments about what is good and what is bad. So the passive-active distinction is one, but some CFC rules tax active income too. There are examples from France, Germany, Italy, and Japan, where some active income will fall into the CFC rules and be taxed there. So it's not just passive versus active, it's good versus bad in the judgment of the countries in question. Countries also differ in how they employ thin capitalization or earnings stripping rules, and this can have large substantive consequences for how much foreign income is taxed. One underappreciated feature of some worldwide systems is they actually shield royalty income from taxation. So for instance, in the US case, if we were to move to exempt foreign dividends from taxation, on net, many people think that that would actually raise the total tax that we collect on foreign income because you couldn't use the tax credits to offset tax due on royalty income. So some of these issues are rather complicated, and that's before we even get to Ed's stateless income, which we now own that concept in that title. But the stateless income is a big issue here too. So some tax systems facilitate that better than others. So when it comes right down to it, it's not entirely clear that the countries we label as worldwide are taxing more foreign income than the countries that we label as territorial in practice. So in the case of the US, we might have a lower tax burden on some types of foreign income than some territorial countries do. Another question, how much is foreign income taxed? This sounds similar to the last one, but it's distinct in the sense that the last question asked which types of foreign income are taxed, like Brian points out, the good or the bad. And this asks if you are taxing some of the foreign income, what is the burden on foreign income at large? And so there's some studies of effective tax rates that hope to shed light on this question, where they basically look at countries that call themselves territorial or worldwide and figure out, are multinationals based in those countries facing higher or lower effective tax rates than those in the other countries. And if you control for other variables, you don't tend to see distinctions between those two groups of labeled countries. Another way you could look at it is to look at how much revenue we really raise from taxing foreign income, as Nahir pointed out earlier, and others have noted. In the US, we collect very little revenue taxing foreign income. There's some estimates from Roseanne and Harry that use 2006 data, and they actually calculate that if we exempted foreign dividends from taxation, that we'd collect more rather than less revenue on foreign income because of this shielding effect on royalties. And Jane Gravel has some updates using 2007 and 2008 data that come to the same conclusion. So that's another question. What is the actual tax burden on foreign income? And again, I'm not sure that we can say that it's necessarily higher in the purportedly worldwide countries. It might be, but in some cases, but it's not necessary. The next question, how is repatriation affected? And this is a big issue, and this is one that I think is very pragmatic nature here in the United States now, of course. One thing to point out is that even if we don't go all the way to the pure worldwide end of the spectrum, but rather admit that we're doing deferral, we still would have the prediction that if the repatriation tax rate were unchanged and permanently fixed, according to Hartman, it shouldn't affect the decision about whether to keep the money abroad or to bring it home, for the simple reason that that repatriation tax will eventually be inevitable if you want the money at home, so you might as well make the decision based on where the return is higher. Now that result doesn't hold if the firm isn't mature, and most importantly, it doesn't hold if we're constantly tinkering with these holidays, which I think sort of help earn the title of stupid system if you're going to give out random holidays here and there. That certainly is going to make this a different situation, because then of course firms will want to repatriate in the years when it's cheap to do so, when it's on sale. And that's what we found with the American Jobs Creation Act repatriation holiday. There were huge surge in repatriations in that year, but less repatriation both before and after. And various studies have looked at that. A final marginal incentive is the question of whether earning income in low-tax countries is incentivized. And here I think the literature, and I review a lot of it in the paper, comes to some difficulty in reaching a clear consensus, partly because of this difficulty in classification. So we're calling some countries territorial and some worldwide, but they both have features of the other. So some studies find that foreign direct investment is more tax sensitive in territorial countries, and some studies do not. Meta-analyses that look at the studies writ large often conclude that, well, the studies that use worldwide data seem to have a somewhat higher tax responsiveness than those that use territorial data, again, classified according to the labels. So, I think that's a little bit of an open question, but there's some evidence that on the margin, foreign direct investment might be more tax sensitive. And some of the early evidence from the UK seems to suggest that. There's both a paper by a few authors at the IMF and a paper by Lee Liu that both suggest that UK investors became more tax sensitive after the transition to territorial. Headquarters evidence is mixed. I think the papers that have sort of looked at the data haven't necessarily found big impacts of tax systems on the location of headquarters, including the Morse-Allen paper and the one that I wrote. But we do have fears about this inversion incentive that's being created in the case of the US, because in part of this repatriation issue. Income shifting, there's very little evidence comparing the income shifting behavior across different tax system labels. What there is a paper by Kevin Markle and another paper by him and a co-author that attempt to look at this using financial accounting data, and they conclude that firms based in territorial countries shift more income if they are financially constrained, but not in all cases. So we could look at the case study approach, and I think Eric has done a good job talking about some particular countries like Japan and the UK. One thing you learn right away, and I had the luxury of reading Eric's paper before writing my own, was that those cases are very distinct. So even if you want to say, okay, well, these are two countries that used to be worldwide and are now territorial, so we can understand them as a type, they're very different from each other. Japan has this unique tax compliance culture. Japan has much tougher CFC laws than what happened to the UK laws as they got watered down. And so I would expect different things to come of those experiments. And just looking at a quick squint at the revenue numbers, just looking at corporate tax revenues to GDP, you do also see different experiences there. Japan is the purple line up top, and you see that they have high corporate revenues, which kind of goes with the tax culture point Eric was making earlier. And everybody's kind of dipped before the Great Recession and then recover somewhat. Japan's recover sharply, as do the French revenues, and both of those countries have pretty tough CFC laws. The UK revenues, and actually dipped down a little bit in the last couple of years relative to earlier years. They're the green dashed line. OECD is relatively flat, and then the US and Germany have modest increases. I don't think you can make anything of any particular piece of data, but I think it is interesting, given what you were saying about Japan and the UK, to actually sort of look at what happened to their revenue experience. And I think the difference between the purple and the green line sort of goes with your stories about those countries and what has been happening there. So it's kind of an interesting thing. So where does that leave us? We've got countries that we admit are hybrids that are neither purely territorial nor purely worldwide. There's a question of how to classify them along this spectrum. One thing that is clear is along this spectrum there is a trade-off. If you move toward the pure territorial side of things, the home-based multinational firms have less concerns about competing in the world economy. So if you're worried about preserving those firms' competitiveness and their role in your economy, that's the side of the spectrum you'd want to focus on moving toward, right? Whereas on the pure worldwide side of the spectrum, you have fewer concerns about tax-based erosion and some of the attendant effects on capital distortions between low-tax and high-tax countries. But you would have more concerns about your home-based multinational firms. So there's this inevitable trade-off along this spectrum between competitiveness, which is a term that I don't really like, but it sort of captures this idea of the ability of the home multinationals to compete in world markets. That's how I'm going to use that word. And the base protection elements of trying to prevent income from shifting toward low-tax countries. This raises some related questions, which we started talking about earlier today. What are the best tools to achieve either of these things? Tax revenue, we might argue. There's other taxes that we could use for tax revenue. Of course, the corporate tax is one of many and relates to the individual tax. So tax revenue is one goal, but competitiveness of your economy writ large is another goal too. And so we might think carefully about those concepts. How do we assure the health of the home-based multinational firms? Why is that important? And what are the best ways to target that? And I think those are all good questions to think about. This raises the next policy consideration that I'll just briefly discuss, which is, are there ways that we can transcend this trade-off? Because the trade-off doesn't sound very fun. You know, you either have to give up tax-based protection or you have to, you know, worry about your multinational firms being happy. And ideally, we'd like the multinational firms to be happy and to have a healthy tax base. So let's look for a transcendent third way. And so looking at three possibly transcendent proposals, I picked these three because I like them all, actually. I like aspects of them all, at least in theory. I also find aspects of them all vexing. You know, so nothing is perfect. Take the worldwide consolidation first. This has been suggested by Ed, but also by others as a possible way to avoid some of the problems. You would just sort of ask a multinational to consolidate their tax return across all of their affiliates. And this would, of course, lead to less income shifting and presumably help protect the tax base. And it makes sort of sense for globally integrated firms to be treated as one tax-paying unit. There are some concerns, depending on what you do with the tax rate, about whether multinationals would find that an attractive system, right? Because if the tax rate were to stay the same, they would not like that, presumably. If you couple it with a lower tax rate, there's still going to be some winners and losers, and potentially some concerns about those firms. And there's also concern about stress on the definition of residence, although you could argue that something like the UK definition might be sufficient to get around that. The destination basis tax system, Alan talked about earlier, and I had the pleasure of hearing him describe that in Santa Fe this year at the National Tax Association. It's a very elegant solution. What I like about it is it taxes rents, which is a nice feature. It doesn't distort the location of production, so that's good. The revenue projections that Alan put out in one of his papers accompanying this look good, so it helps with the tax base too. So that seems sort of like a transcendent proposal in the sense that maybe you can avoid the trade-offs along the spectrum. I have some concerns about implementation issues, and again, I'm not a lawyer or anyone with any legal expertise whatsoever. But people who are tell me that we might worry about ways in which the system might be gamed. So for instance, probably the tax burden on highly indebted firms would go up under this system because it doesn't have the rewards to debt that some systems do. And so this might lead those firms to move. And similarly with rent-intensive firms. And so we might worry about some of the behavioral responses there. The third potentially transcendent proposal is formulary apportionment. That bases the tax on the economic activities of the firms in particular countries as well as their global profits. So it's global, it should reduce income shifting, it should help protect the tax base. And if all countries were to adopt it, just like if all countries had the same tax system, you wouldn't have the competitiveness worries. There are some concerns about what if it's not multilateral. There are game theoretic reasons to think that if there are enough countries, if there are some countries adopting, others might want to adopt, but still you might run into problems there. And also about how tax sensitive the formula factors are. So for instance, we wouldn't want to replace income shifting behavior with real shifting, and if the formula includes things like employment or assets, we'd be particularly worried about that. With sales, somewhat less worried, although you'd also have to be careful to look through rules and the like. So these are some possibilities, but after looking at them, none of them seem to completely avoid trade-offs. There's both pluses and minuses here. And one thing they all have in common is that politically in the short and medium run, I don't see any of them happening. So this leaves us with BEPS, which I had an enlightening moment when I realized that BEPS was actually baby steps with some of the letters removed. That was also one of my Santa Fe realizations. I thought there's got to be a way we can use it. So these sort of baby steps, could we take baby steps through the BEPS process to make things better? And we might argue that this is a reasonable thing to do because we've got a lot of governments that are very concerned about tax base erosion. Now, I think if we left the next steps up to the multinational community, they would probably say, this moves us towards the worldwide end of that spectrum. We'd rather move toward the pure territorial end of that spectrum, which doesn't necessarily mean the label territorial, but means lighter taxation of foreign income, and this seems like heavier. So you're still going to have that trade-off alive and well with the BEPS process. Anything that makes the tax base more protected is going to raise concerns by multinational firms that are disadvantaged by that. So that trade-off is still going to live on. One possible concern, which I think, I'm losing track of who made this point earlier, but I think it was Alan. One possible concern with this process is that maybe by clamping down on the financial side of tax avoidance, we then worsen the real part of tax avoidance. And I think that that's a serious concern, but I also think that that's an area that we should investigate more. Alan wrote a while back a big literature review with Joel Slumrod where they went through like every lesson, 300 papers on empirical public finance. And one of the things they point out is the sort of hierarchy of behavioral responses. That firms are very responsive when it comes, and people, to timing or financial decisions, but less responsive when it comes to real decisions. So for instance, if I told Kirk that he could pay less tax if he earned all his income on Tuesdays, he would find a way to get UCLA to pay him on Tuesdays. But he wouldn't necessarily quit his job if we increased his tax rate by 1%. He might, but, so that kind of illustrates the timing versus real response. Similarly, the financial response, if he could just characterize himself as Kirk Incorporated and avoid tax that way, he might do that, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to work a different number of hours. So I think this is an empirical question, whether if we clamp down on the financial part of this, if it's just going to rear its ugly head in real ways. But I'm a little less worried about that than some because of this vast literature in public economics that suggests that the real elasticities tend to be much smaller than these financial ones. So that's where I'll leave it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So this has been a terrific day, at least until now, and I have lots of thoughts. I'm inside the tax reform. It's not done. So, thanks. So look, these are two terrific papers, and they're wonderfully complementary, and I believe that the papers imply more for all of us in this room than even the authors might have intended. Because what the papers remind us is that we have reached a dead end in the way we think about the problem. And if we collectively want, in fact, to help the United States of America get to a solution, we need to reach across the aisle. We need to reach across the aisle. And of course, by that, I don't mean Democrats and Republicans. I mean, God forbid, economists and lawyers. Because that's, in a sense, what these papers demonstrate is, as Eric's paper phrases it, the devil is in the details. And once an economist concedes that, then you have no choice but to work together. So both papers demonstrate that real-world foreign direct investment systems are not territorial, nor are they worldwide. There's some kind of porridge, some kind of a mixture of the two. But very importantly, in fact, in some cases, in many cases, it's wrong even to think of them as simply choosing a feature of one and a feature of the other and stapling them together. As Mihir pointed out this morning, a territorial tax system to which the United States will move. I mean, we can resist if we wish, but that's where we will be. Combined with a country-by-country minimum tax is, in fact, a territorial system and a worldwide system simply operating in parallel. So the labels are very unhelpful. They actually simply obscure our thinking, and that's what these papers, I think, convince all of us. What's more, the papers, particularly Eric's, demonstrates the economic uniqueness of each country and how that in turn influences their tax policies. The size of their economy, the extent to which they're export-driven, the composition of the share ownership, the structure of the rest of the tax system, the mercantilist impulses of the country, which the UK is a great example, where they in fact, in my view, engaged in some tax mercantilism, in which they want all the money to come, they want everybody to come to them as the headquarters company, and then they want to make sure nobody strips income out of them, and all the exotic and very important constraints that the EU imposes. So if you're interested in worldwide consolidation, you have to start with the EU, not with the United States, because they have constitutional constraints. And for all these reasons, it's just pointless to debate worldwide versus territorial as if those had any meaning at all. This is what I take from the papers. So because of that, we have to just abandon the convenience of the label and look at the details in light of all these circumstances. My favorite example is in the Altshuler, Shea, Toder paper, is it turns out, now this is something I never knew, the UK had a worldwide system, and it turned out, in fact, not to be a worldwide system because CFC income could be lent back without the strictures of Section 956. So there was no, that's the magic number you were looking for. So there's no, in effect, it was just a de facto territorial system. Therefore, not much revenue cost to move it, because it never was a bona fide worldwide system. I don't know that detail, but that detail changes everything. So, listening to today, I think I would have organized my slides differently. Once you concede that in order to actually make progress from this point forward, you need to start thinking in terms of highly informed, that's what the economists contribute, engineering of a tax system, that's what the lawyers are better at. You need, I think, to think in a hierarchy. You start with a number of axioms. What do you think about tax competition? Country-to-country tax competition. What is the purpose of a corporation tax, which I acknowledge would be country-specific, because it would take into account the composition of share ownership. Well, what do you think about the incidence of the corporate tax? You need some ground rules on those kinds of fundamental questions. Then you need to know, second, you need to analyze the incentive effects of different tools. And that's what Kim's paper is all about. Kim's paper reminds us of all the trade-offs and incentive effects of different policies, including the point that both Kim and Alan have made that's very powerful, that financial income shifting is bad, but real activity shifting is even worse. So Kim's paper, I think, does a great job of developing all the cost and benefits of different trade-offs of the incentive effects. Third level, you got to observe. You got to say, how do things work in the real world? What tools are available? What are the building blocks? And that's what the AST paper is all about. Taking words that turn out to have no meaning, but nonetheless have application, strangely, like residence of a corporation, source of income. What can we learn from looking at other countries? What tactics are there that we can apply by way of tools? And then you need to calibrate your results and your proposals in light of the circumstances of the country and the interactive effects, of course, of all of those different tools as they interact with each other. And from that, you come up with a term sheet. I mean, really, that's what's necessary. If this group wants a better world, you need something that looks like an ALI report with strongly informed by sophisticated economic judgments. That's the only way I think we'll see progress, and that's what I take from the two papers. So, as I say, they work very well together. They dissipate all this fuzzy thinking about worldwide, no territory, worldwide, no territory, and say, well, we have to just forget those terms. And they also say, we need to focus on us, not the other guys. The United States is different from Ireland. It's different in profound ways. It is different from Australia. It's different from Germany. And so in each case, what we really know, we can look to others for tools or tactics or experience from which we can borrow, but we can't look to them for answers because our circumstances are so different. In turn, if you find that kind of a project interesting, there are lots of ways we could push these same ideas forward. We really need to engage with the financial accounting because that's, in fact, the lens through which the world looks at companies. And that has a lot to do with their actual behavior. So if you care about incentive effects, you need to think about that. We need to think, I think, a great deal more about debt and thin capitalization statutes in respect of their implications. I would argue, in turn, that as you're developing analytical tools, you need probably to divide things into several buckets. We need to think about domestic base erosion through income shifting, through transfer pricing, domestic base erosion through essentially stateless income type financial planning, and the same abroad. We need to think about foreign direct investment from the perspective of transfer pricing from one country to another, and we also need to think about stateless income shifting from one to another. And finally, we need to think about how portfolio investment fits in the picture. Today, U.S. individuals, who ultimately pay the tax, we learned that this morning, U.S. individuals have full territorial systems available to them. They just buy Royal Dutch Shell shares instead of Exxon shares. So we need to ask, what is it we're doing with portfolio, and how does that relate to direct investment? So these are all things, extensions of the points in the paper. One little place where I would, where Eric, I think, might have slipped on the terminology, we do not have a worldwide system with deferral. That really, we should just abandon saying that. We have an AIRSACS territorial system. It's one that has the advantages of territorial. It also has, as Kim pointed out, the advantage that you can shelter royalty and interest income, foreign source from U.S. tax. And of course we have the pernicious lockout effect. The result is hideously complex. We have huge sums of caught by the lockout effect with all the distortions that Mihir pointed out this morning. We have U.S. domestic base erosion because firms, even without regard to inversions, leave their interest expense here and their equity investment in foreign subs. These problems are so deep and so structural that we need to think very hard as we prepare this collective term sheet. We need, as I said before, to think not just about transfer pricing or stateless income, but both. We need to analytically separate them because although they're related in effect, they are different in cause, and therefore the tools to address each would be different. In my view, the fundamental problem is this idea that we treat each member of what is clearly a single unitary group as a lone wolf hunting on its own, rather than a member of the wolf pack. Each little subsidiary is treated as having a separate capital structure, separate appetite for risk. That's a great idea, home office, but I think not. That's actually a poor way of making progress inside a multinational corporate hierarchy. You will not have a brilliant career if you say that. Separate, as if they had separate agendas, and as if there were no group synergies. The BEPS project accepts all of those false premises, and therefore the BEPS project is doomed. It's holding back the sea with a broom. The consequence of that, just to be clear, is not that anything goes. It's the Wild West of every source country fighting for its own, and 100 diverted profits taxes, not none. All of them in competition with each other because taxing foreign multinationals is the only thing that everyone can agree on. So we want the BEPS project to succeed, but it's analytically based on the terribly flawed premises. So we can all agree that things are screwed up right now. Hearing no objection, I move on. There are only three problems. One is we have no idea what the word residence of a corporation means. The other is that the source of income is conceptually even harder. And the third is the politics are made difficult by what I call the tax mercantilism of countries like the UK that want to impose tax on wearing their source country hat, and at the same time they want to be the facilitators of stripping income from other source countries to the UK. So we have lots of work to do as a group, and I would argue that, as I said before, that it's very important that we have some axioms to which we agree, including, what is our theory of a corporate tax, and what is our theory of country-to-country tax competition in order to have a clear starting point. Where does it take us? Well, we can fight the premise all you want. You can spit into the hurricane if you wish, but we know that we're going to end up with a territorial tax system in the United States. So that's the label that's going to be applied. So let's accept the label and think about where we'll go with that. I would also argue that the minimum tax is highly likely. The trouble is that the concept of a territorial tax works perfectly if income can be sourced perfectly to geography. But Alan pointed out today, I've written extensively, that's just not feasible. The solutions get better on defining source or formulary apportionment. And formulary type apportionment solutions clearly better than the arm's length farrago we go through today. But maybe it's not even close enough for government work. That's the question that needs to be debated. Just as a side note, there's one place that I know of where foreign direct investment source income is done right. And if you look at how it's done, you can appreciate how far we are from that and how much work we need to do collectively in drafting a term sheet that relies heavily on territorial principles as opposed to the anti-abuse minimum tax backstop. And that's 954H, which is the active finance exception, which people have this misperception is a source of abuse. It's exactly the opposite.
A CFC, in order to use this, must be predominantly engaged in the finance business, which means more than 70% of its income has to qualify. And it must directly, that means by itself, not through affiliates, conduct substantial activity with respect to the item of income. That's a defined term, which means everything. You have to do everything, soup to nuts, from first customer contact through approving the loan, making and funding the loan, booking and processing the payments, soup to nuts, done by the CFC directly. And even so, only qualified income is covered, which means that only local customers of the home office of the CFC or local customers of a branch of the CFC in the branch's jurisdiction, and most interestingly, the income of the QBU, of the CFC in the home office or QBU must be treated as earned in that country for local tax purposes. This is the only place, to my knowledge, in the Internal Revenue Code where we acknowledge that discipline. And when you start going through the rules, you say, if you were a CFO of a company, you say, wait a minute, did I say I wanted territorial? Never mind. But this is what would be required. I think, personally, the worldwide tax consolidation at a low corporate rate, reasonable corporate rate, is a lot simpler. It is not the right conceptual answer. But when you get through the engineering, when you get through all the engineering and you say, which system is going to, in net, be more effective, I think that when economists and lawyers work together, you would conclude that the worldwide tax consolidation term sheet would net look much more attractive than it's usually presented. Finally, I can't stress enough the centrality of interest expense in a world where interest income is largely untaxed. We have today, CBO reminded us last month, in the United States of America, investment in greasy machinery by U.S. high-tax domestic companies leads to negative effective marginal tax rates because of the combination of accelerated depreciation and debt financing. That's the real world. So when we move forward to think about what are we going to do about corporate tax system and corporate tax reform, we're going to need to address head-on the problem of excess leverage. It is the central tool of stateless income planning, easy financial shifting of income. It makes companies more fragile in downturns, and it essentially takes income from the combined, integrated corporate enterprise and its stakeholders and subjects it to 0% tax. So I think both papers are terrific in conclusion. I think they really force us all to reach across the aisle if we're going to make progress from here. And I think they imply a lot more work, particularly in areas like thin capitalization.
Thank you. And we started a little late, so I think we can take a couple questions. Yeah, Steve.
Question for both Kim and Eric. Kim, you mentioned that there are different CFC rules and whether it's passive versus active. What are the purposes of the CFC rules as articulated by the foreign countries? Ed gave us 954H, which he thought was a model of what you might be trying to accomplish. But what have we learned? What do you know of what CFC rules look like? And Eric, with your experience in those four countries, do they tell us what they're trying to accomplish with their CFC regime?
No, I actually don't know that we looked at any description of that. I mean, I'd always assumed that the purpose of the CFC regimes was to back up the domestic tax regimes and to keep their countries from shifting income overseas and to capture passive and easily shiftable income. And Brian might know more about whether there's any other purpose.
Yeah, and I would refer you both to Brian and this JCT report, both of which that went through a number of tax systems in great detail. And I thought those two papers really shed a lot of light. My sense is that it would be hard to answer that question concisely because I think different countries are doing different things with this. So for some, it really does look like it's sort of anti-abuse in a much larger, more general way, and in some, it just looks like it's targeted much more narrowly. So I can't think that they have the same assumptions going into it, given the differences that those two reports shed light on. And I think Brian's set of countries is different from the JCG's, so if you look at both his and the JCG's, the diversity is even more impressive. And both of them are cited in my paper if you are finding them.
I would say generally that what CFC rules in all of the countries are trying to do is this balance between capturing what they conceive to be bad income, and that's generally passive income, but certain types of active income some countries target, and then not to interfere with legitimate active business operations offshore. And then some countries, the UK, for example, preserving London as the international financial center was an objective of their CFC.
Professor Fletcher. One thing we haven't talked about yet is a possibility of a real seat rule. So in the United States, your residence is determined by your legal location, and I gather some other countries take more of a real seat approach, looking at different factors. And I'm not sure, so when I talk to corporate and securities law professors, they love the idea of real seat because it separates out the tax questions from other questions. And so it has some appeal. On the other hand, if you worry about, it takes away inversions because it doesn't change anything from a real seat analysis. On the other hand, it creates an incentive to actually move, whether it's headquarters or the emphasis locus of production overseas. And so it might depend on just how confident you are, Kim, in real responses being muted. So I'm curious what you've seen or thought about in terms of whether the U.S. should think about moving to a real seat rule.
And my sense is that our definition is vastly inferior to those, to the UK definition where it involves management and control. But again, I think this, for an economist to answer this question is sort of peculiar because I think it does require reaching across the aisle. So I guess I could leave it to Ed. But I think if you could define it as well as Ed seems to be convinced that you can, then it does appear to me that of those grand proposals, worldwide consolidation quickly becomes the most feasible because you don't have to worry as much about some of the downsides of the other two.
So if you had the hypothetical world of genuine territorial, where we actually knew the source of income for every item of income, which is, I think has become, as I just said, an attractive nuisance rather than a useful guiding principle. But if such a world existed, we wouldn't care about residence. It would be a meaningless concept because home country would be no different than source country in terms of taxation. But because we can't do that, we do need to think about residence, and I think we need to think about that regardless of system. If you go to a worldwide consolidation system, it becomes particularly important, and there the real seat idea is logical, simple, and has precedent. So I can't imagine why not.
I just want to throw out a different thought because I don't know whether this is feasible or not. It needs to be, although an attorney, Stephen Shea, has expressed the same thought, was that the best way really to define residence conceptually is the owners. So, if a corporation is U.S. shareholders, it's a U.S. resident. If it has 80% shareholders, it's 80% U.S. And I don't know whether that's feasible or not to track, but yes, Alan?
Doesn't that then beg the question of why you're having a corporate tax?
Well, no.
I mean, if you're saying we're going to tax based on where the shareholders tax income, if the shareholders are domestic shareholders, then are you thinking of it as withholding tax?
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. It becomes a withholding tax because it's a convenient place of withholding collection.
So it seems like one of the implications of all three presenters is something that I buy into, which is that these labels aren't as helpful as we think they might be, and that in fact you can design a system, a worldwide system that's isomorphic to a territorial system and a territorial system that's isomorphic, so I get that. But there's something that feels wrong about that. And I'm not sure this is not a well-formulated question, but first it seems that if you and this is assuming that source is something we continue to rely on. Because if we don't, then I get all these other grand ideas. But if we stay with that world, it just seems like if you start with a worldwide system or a territorial system, you're saying something different about what foreign source income is. And that as systems drift over time, that'll matter. That'll matter because policies will change and rules will change in one way or the other. So I take all of you to be saying it doesn't matter what you call it. And for me, for some reason, I have some underlying intuition that the underlying architecture you choose matters. Even if I get the point that you can design them to be isomorphic and revenue equivalent, I get all that. But my instinct is that over time, things will drift and change in ways that don't make it quite the same. And then the second thing to say is complexity is a huge piece of the puzzle. So if you achieve a worldwide system with a territorial minimum tax, I just have the sense you're opening up a world of tax planning that is not the same as if you did it with a worldwide regime.
You mean a territorial system with a worldwide minimum tax in the first law?
Yeah, exactly. Sorry. Yeah, exactly. So it just seems like complexity, yes, I get you can make these things isomorphic, but the complexity is just going to give rise to tax planning.
So we've convinced you to move to worldwide consolidation. That's fantastic. You and I can co-author a paper.
No. So I'm sympathetic to the underlying idea that it doesn't matter, but first I think policymakers are going to want to call it something, and then second, I kind of think it must matter.
I think I'll take a first stab at this. I think that's a lovely point, and the pure systems I think are really distinct. So if you compare the two ends of the spectrum, they're very different. I think the problem is that spectrum in between is multidimensional, and so depending on whether you care in particular about the marginal incentive to repatriate, the marginal incentive to shift a dollar, the average foreign tax burden, the definition of good or bad income, and we could go on. But those are just some of the ingredients involved in this complexity that you acknowledge. So I struggle with whether the labels are helpful once we acknowledge that complexity, because countries might call themselves territorial and tax more of the foreign income of their firms than when they call themselves worldwide. So maybe we could name the polls after people or something, like Peggy and John, and we could say, well, this is 3/4 Peggy or something, because in a way it almost seems like tempting to do that, because the labels themselves have become so unhelpful in really distinguishing the multidimensionality that I often find it sets back thinking rather than promotes it, in my case at least.
I take your point about that language matters. I take that point too. The policymaker, if you say, this is a territorial system with teeth, you might predict that its drift over time will be different from this is worldwide with a low worldwide consolidated tax rate. That's a very good, very elegant point. As to which is more complicated, absolutely right. That's why I keep saying the deliverable here should not be another paper. It should be a term sheet. That should be what people in our position work towards and say, here is the best we can deliver, and then the political process does what it does.
Great, thank you very much. Why don't we take a 7-minute break?
10-minute break.
10 minutes.
Can we spend 2 minutes talking about it? I don't like to discuss it.
Defer my senior colleague, barely.
Okay, thank you for those who have stayed to the end. The final panel is on multilateral approaches to international tax reform, and we're fortunate enough to have two really terrific speakers. Dhammika Dharmapala is going to start, and he has recently joined the faculty of the University of Chicago Law School, having previously taught at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. He's a member of the Board of Directors of the American Law and Economics Association. He's also on the Board of Management of the International Institute of Public Finance. Our second speaker is Brian Arnold. He's a senior advisor at the Canadian Tax Foundation. And although a Canadian and Arctopian foreigner, Brian is a graduate of Harvard Law School and has taught as a longtime visiting professor at both Harvard and NYU. And Brian is currently co-directing a United Nations project that helps to provide developing country perspective on issues raised by the BEPS project. Okay, Juan?
Thank you very much, Eric, for inviting me, and it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you to everyone who's stayed around for the end. So let me start by outlining two quite distinct senses of what I originally thought were quite distinct senses of the term international tax reform, which is the theme of this conference. On the one hand, we've talked about unilateral tax reforms, where one country implements, for example, territorial reform, as happened in the United Kingdom and Japan, and possibly in the United States, or possibly not. But the other sense is the sense of multilateral international tax reform, as in the BEPS initiative. And that's what this presentation is going to focus on. But bear in mind that as we've heard in the discussion today, there may be some links between them. For example, we've heard the claim that the BEPS initiative may potentially make unilateral territorial tax reform in the United States more likely or more palatable. So the aim of what I'm going to do is to provide a very simple example, conceptual framework that tries to clarify when multilateral reform of the BEPS type may promote national welfare. I will base that part of the talk on the paper that is circulated, and then talk a little bit more broadly about multilateral tax reform. So the background, I think we're all quite familiar with, but the issue that I want to focus on is the incentives for governments within the multilateral tax reform process. You'll recall that in 2012, when the G20 issued a communique endorsing the BEPS project, they referred to what is the apparently self-evident need to prevent BEPS. However, governments have not acted, or perhaps they're beginning to. They in general not acted unilaterally on this. And what in its reports on produced as part of the BEPS initiative, the OECD highlights unintended interactions among different countries' tax laws as in the hybrid mismatch problem. And what I want to do is complement that discussion by highlighting the incentives of governments to act unilaterally and multilaterally in this context. And so in doing that, I think it might be helpful to walk through a very simple example where we have two countries, country A and country B, that are both residence and source countries, and they can each impose a CFC rule or not. Where I'm going to use this term CFC rule very loosely as just a shorthand for any residence country rules that discourage foreign tax planning. Suppose that each of them has a 20% tax rate, and suppose that neither has CFC rules, then firm A is what we're going to call the multinational that's based in country A, and that also operates in country B. There's also firm B out there that's resident in country B and operates also in country A. So firm A is going to earn $50 in each country, and we'll assume that it spends $4 in tax planning costs to shift all of the income out to a tax haven. Firm B behaves exactly symmetrically. And let's define, we can discuss the why later on if you wish, but let's define the national welfare of country A as the tax revenue collected by country A from all sources, plus the after-tax profits of the multinational that's resident in firm A, the worldwide after-tax profit. And so that's going to be this $100 that the firm owns minus the real cost that it expends on tax planning. So we end up in this right-hand corner here, where neither country has a CFC rule, or in other words, neither country deters foreign tax planning by its own multinational firm, it's easy to see that neither country has an incentive to unilaterally introduce a CFC rule. If country A does so, then the result is going to be that firm A will no longer shift income out, they'll no longer expend the $4 of tax planning costs. So far, so good, but what that means is that then they'll pay $10 of tax to country A and $10 of tax to country B. Assuming, of course, that firm A doesn't care which government it pays taxes to, just cares about after-tax profits, as we normally assume. So country A's national welfare is going to fall because now $10 is flowing from its resident multinational to a foreign treasury. So this just illustrates something that I think is well known, which is that it is very much in the interest of the United States for U.S. multinational firms to avoid foreign taxes, right? For example, via check-the-box planning. So Amazon and Starbucks, the activities that have attracted so much outrage in Europe, for example, are very much in the national interest of the United States. Promotes the national welfare of the United States. So that much we know. Ed made the point earlier that what we see driving the BEPS initiative is the revolt of the source countries. If Alan was still here, he might put it slightly differently: the revolt of the destination countries. But the question here is, given this scenario, right, this is obviously a very simplified example, what is in it for the residence countries to join this multilateral initiative, or to engage in multilateral tax reform? In other words, why should the United States join in when Amazon is being attacked overseas for its foreign tax plan, for its foreign-to-foreign tax planning? So there is clearly there are clearly potential gains for multilateral cooperation from multilateral cooperation here because of the losses from the tax planning costs, or the social costs of tax planning. How should we think about those costs? Well, I would tend to think of them mostly as taking the form of a misallocation of talent, where people who might have engaged in other activities are engaged in tax planning, and that involves some real costs. For example, someone who could have been another Mozart or could have found a cure for cancer ends up toiling away producing transfer pricing documentation.
Or teaching tax law. Teaching tax law to lawyers who need to produce those documents.
I will comment on that. So, in addition, there may also be social costs here if the tax planning opportunities differ across multinational firms. That's not true in my little toy example, but it could be true in reality, where ownership distortions might arise and the wrong firms end up owning the wrong assets and so forth. So how might multilateral cooperation work in this type of setting? Here is one example. So suppose that both countries simultaneously introduce CFC rules. Now remember that country A and country B are both residents and both residents and source countries. Right? Each wears two hats, the residence hat and the source hat. So from wearing its residence hat, it wants to promote the avoidance of foreign taxes by its resident multinationals, but wearing its source hat, it wants to prevent the erosion of its tax base by foreign multinationals. And so those two might converge as follows. So when both countries introduce CFC rules, then we might end up in a situation where firm A's tax payments to country B, that $10 that flows from firm A to country B, may be offset by country A collecting more revenue from multinational B's affiliate in country A, if that isn't too much of a mouthful. So that $10 that's just circled, that is the revenue that A collects from firm B's affiliate in country A. And so we might end up, therefore, at least in this particular set of circumstances, in the top left-hand corner, where both countries are better off. Right. So, what I think this is a simple set of circumstances in which multilateral cooperation and multilateral tax reform are in the interest of both of these countries. So in principle, there are these gains from cooperation, which in our example come from reduced social costs of tax planning. But note that while much of the political rhetoric behind the BEPS initiative has been about tax revenue, in the story that I've just told, the potential these gains are not from increased revenue or from redistributing revenue across governments. It is true that in my example, revenue does increase, but the social gain comes from reducing these deadweight costs of tax planning, and even if the increased revenue was just to be rebated back to taxpayers, those social gains would still exist. In any event, as was noted in this morning's discussion, corporate tax revenue is a relatively small fraction of revenue for most developed countries. It's less than 10%, often much less than 10%. And it has been stable over time in OECD countries for a very long period of time. So it doesn't seem that multilateral tax reform is likely to produce significant revenue. And indeed, if governments want more revenue, there are other more obvious and less mobile alternatives to try to tax. This is actually a picture that underlines this point. It's from the OECD's own BEPS report from 2013, and what it shows is taxes on corporate income as a percentage of GDP for the countries of the OECD, and we see that this has been quite stable over time, with, of course, a decline during the Great Recession, but that has well-attested causes that are probably unrelated to BEPS activity. There is one potentially important caveat to the point about revenue, though, which is that we often hear that the BEPS initiative might, we hear that developing countries may be particularly vulnerable to BEPS activity, and therefore the BEPS initiative may be particularly helpful to them. It is true that corporate tax revenue is more important to developing countries than to developed countries, and also that alternative revenue sources may be more difficult to come by. If what is driving the attraction of the BEPS initiative in this setting is there's this inter-country redistribution, then it seems like that same inter-country redistribution could be achieved much more simply through other means, such as through changes in bilateral or multilateral foreign aid. Now you might say that's not politically feasible, but then one would have to explain why the same redistribution is feasible via the BEPS initiative, but not in some more direct form. Having now laid out a set of conditions under which multilateral tax reform may be beneficial, I want to now add a note of caution, if I might. These potential gains from multilateral tax reform do exist, but it should be something we should bear in mind is that the magnitude of BEPS activity, of income shifting activity within multinational firms, as estimated in the empirical academic literature, turns out to be relatively modest. And here I'm drawing on a survey of the empirical literature on BEPS that was published recently in the Journal of Fiscal Studies. Consistent with this first point, and as was previously noted, corporate tax revenue has remained stable, notwithstanding BEPS activity. And thirdly, and here I'm drawing not so much on my own work, but on a couple of recent contributions by Devereaux and Vella and by Jim Hines, there are potential unintended consequences of multilateral tax reform. One that they highlight is that it may actually intensify tax competition among countries over corporate tax rates. Of course, Alan highlighted another potential unintended consequence this morning, which was the an increased shifting of real activity if BEPS activity is in fact successfully constrained. So let me take a couple of these points in turn, starting with the empirical evidence on BEPS. So the question that this empirical literature addresses is the following in highly simplified form. Suppose we have a parent located in a high-tax country and an affiliate located in a low-tax country. How much income can we estimate how much income is shifted? In particular, suppose that the tax rate in the country of the affiliate falls by 1 percentage point. Then how much more income will be reported as a result by this affiliate? And this question has been addressed using a variety of different data sources, starting with anecdotes, as Eric was saying earlier, but also moving towards data, which people say is the plural of anecdote. For instance, in particular, there's a significant body of literature that uses what's known as the Amadeus data set, which has nothing to do with Mozart, but is a data set produced primarily of European firms, produced by the Bureau van Dijk. And this literature has converged, I think, on a consensus estimate of what economists term a semi-elasticity of 0.8. And what that means in simpler terms is that if there's a 10 percentage point decrease in a country's tax rate, for instance, from 35% to 25%, that will be associated with an 8% increase in reported income. For example, if initially reported income was $100,000, it would go up to $108,000, which is not trivial, but is also not something we would think of as huge in magnitude. This is a summary of some of the key studies on the magnitude of BEPS, starting with Hines and Rice in 1994. What this shows is that the estimate of this magnitude has fallen over time, in particular as new and richer data sources have become available, in particular firm-level panel data sets. The estimated magnitude has decreased substantially. So, in other words, the magnitude of BEPS is smaller than researchers originally thought it was. So I'm going to then skip, in the interest of time, this next point I was going to make, which is about how this magnitude relates to the fraction of income that's reported in tax havens by U.S. multinationals. And I'm going to just skip to this quickly, this point about potential unintended consequences. So there is this price discrimination view of BEPS activity that Jim Hines and others have suggested, which is that BEPS activity by multinational firms lowers tax burdens for more mobile firms relative to less mobile firms, the domestic-only firms, and it thereby mutes tax competition. Therefore, if you adopt that view, then curtailing BEPS activity may actually increase pressure for reduced general corporate tax rates, because now these highly mobile multinational firms are faced with faced with greater tax burdens. This draws on this claim, which is not mine, but has appeared in the literature, draws on this very insightful analysis of targeted versus general tax competition by McKean. The irony of this potentially is that if these conditions do hold, then we may end up with lower corporate tax rates as a result of intensified tax competition and lower tax revenue, which would essentially transfer inframarginal rents to these less mobile domestic firms. So let me then conclude very quickly with following. So firstly, unilateral responses to BEPS activity are possible, but as a general matter, they're unlikely to promote national welfare, because if they did, we'd see governments already doing them. Just as a general matter. And as I've said in the talk, multilateral responses to BEPS activity may well promote national welfare in certain circumstances, but we should bear a number of caveats in mind. In particular, BEPS activity does not appear to be as large in magnitude as we used to think, and there may be these unintended consequences. Thank you very much.
While Eric's getting my slides up, I will just start by saying that I've learned a couple of things today. One is, I'm really glad that our country does not have your political system. The second thing is that second thing is that this kind of discussion that you've had today just doesn't take place in town. And it's such a shame because it really is very enlightening and exists at a very high level. Okay, so when I was preparing for this, I just happened to be reading that new book by the Israeli historian Yariv Noah Harari called Sapiens. And he suggests that human beings have become the dominant species basically because of our ability to cooperate flexibly in large numbers. So there are animals like wolves and chimpanzees, for example, that can cooperate flexibly, but they can't do it in large numbers. And there are species like ants and bees that cooperate in large numbers, but they can't do it flexibly. But we're able to do this, and he suggests that we're able to do it because we create myths. Myths like religion, human rights, myths that are based on things that don't exist in reality. And one of the examples he gives is that we assume the existence of a corporation as a separate legal entity. Right? And another example we could use is the income tax. So this ability that we have to cooperate, it would seem that dealing with base erosion and profit shifting should be pretty easy for us to deal with. And so far, right, that really seems to be the case. I mean, if you followed the information that has been coming out of the OECD G20 on the BEPS initiative, you will see that all 40 countries involved in that process have agreed to everything that we've seen. And that includes the OECD action plan that came out. It includes the 7 deliverables that came out in September of last year. It includes all the drafts that we've seen between September and now. And indeed, the G20 leaders have declared multilateralism is of even greater importance in the current climate and remains our best asset to resolve the global economy's difficulties. Unilateralism, unilateral actions, the G20 says, will lead to chaos. Now, if you sense that there's a but coming here, you're right. I'm skeptical about this facade of multilateral agreement on BEPS issues. I was shocked, Kim, to hear you say BEPS stood for baby steps, because to me, one of the problems with BEPS is it's too big and it's too fast. And it's all about messaging, right? There's not enough substance in the BEPS project. Now, at some point, the OECD is going to declare victory, right? And the only question is, what are we going to be left with from this exercise? So I'm sort of just, I feel badly about it, but I sort of feel like I'm a spectator at a car race. I'm just waiting for the crash to happen and to see how big it is. The heading of my presentation, Two's Company, Three's a Crowd, is a reference to the fact that we live in a world of bilateral tax treaties. That's how international relations between countries are governed, and not a multilateral world. But the OECD's mantra right now is, where there's a will to do something, there's a way to do it. So we've got these two things, these two tensions applying. What I'm going to talk about just briefly is two types of multilateralism. First of all, the multilateral treaty, the prospect of a multilateral treaty, and this is going to be quite different from what we've heard for the rest of the day. It's going to be quite a bit more detailed in terms of the details. So I was glad to hear people say that the devil is in the details, and I think it is. So here's what the OECD has done. One of the action points is on developing a multilateral instrument, and that came out September 16 of last year. It was done by an independent group of largely academics, tax academics, and public international law scholars. And what they concluded, not surprisingly, is that a multilateral treaty is feasible and it's desirable. And they said it's particularly well suited to deal with the treaty aspects of the BEPS recommendations. But they suggest it could be used for a bunch of other things as well. And so the two things I really want to talk about are using a multilateral treaty to deal with the BEPS recommendations on treaty abuse, treaty shopping, and treaty abuse. And the second thing is the report that the draft discussion paper that came out last month dealing with interest deductibility. So the report says it can be done for a lot of things, but they mention interest allocation. So what they have recommended, and I think the CFA, that's the Committee on Fiscal Affairs at the OECD, they were meeting this week. One of the items on their agenda was this proposal to have an international conference on a multilateral treaty dealing with a variety of these things, to which all countries would be invited. And this would be, they hope to have this done, I think, by the end of the year. So it's a very ambitious timetable. I've just listed here for you a number of multilateral tax treaties. There are multilateral treaties out there. I don't think they're terribly important, but I just want to acknowledge that they are there. The most important one probably is the Multilateral Convention on Mutual Assistance, and the OECD points to this as their success story for multilateral treaties. And I'm not going to go through it. The only thing I would note is I think it's easier for countries to agree on administrative issues because they tend to be more uniform amongst countries than substantive tax matters. And I would just note that one of the things that's not in the Multilateral Convention on Mutual Assistance is arbitration, compulsory arbitration of tax disputes. And there's a reason it's not there, and that's because you'll never get agreement. So there are certain aspects of mutual assistance that it's just very difficult to get a multilateral agreement. So here is the report on treaty abuse. And what it does is it says, and this isn't another aspect of multilateralism, it says countries must meet a minimum standard. Now, it started out, the first report said, there's going to be one rule. And the US didn't like that. And so what the OECD said was, okay, we'll have a minimum standard. And the minimum standard consists of a statement in the treaty that the treaty is not intended to facilitate double non-taxation or treaty shopping. You've got to have that statement. Plus you need either a one of the principal purposes test, that's what the US doesn't like, right? Or you've got to have a detailed LOB provision, which is what the US does like and includes in its treaties, plus anti-conduit financing rules or a principal purpose test. So that's what the minimum standard is. How is this minimum standard to be implemented? Well, you might be surprised if you looked at that report. The report is completely silent on how it's going to be implemented. So, obviously, if you have to renegotiate the over 3,000 existing bilateral tax treaties that are out there, most of us in this room will be dead before that's done. And less importantly, a lot of treaty shopping will have gone on in the meantime. So the obvious answer is a multilateral treaty, and I think that's what BEPS Action 15 is really directed towards. Okay? Now, if you're going to have a multilateral treaty, right, the real key to a multilateral treaty in this context is that, in effect, it amends all the existing bilateral tax treaties. Now, if it doesn't do that, okay, then I don't think it's worth the effort. In other words, if what this multilateral treaty does is it simply says that for all future tax treaties entered into by countries, they will meet this minimum standard. I don't think you've accomplished much, because the existing 3,000 treaties simply stay there and they can be used for treaty shopping purposes. So the multilateral treaty has to amend the existing treaties. And I don't think, they put it this way, if we can't have a multilateral treaty that says treaties are not intended to facilitate double non-taxation and treaty abuse, if you can't have a multilateral treaty to which all countries agree to that statement, then you might as well not bother with trying to have a multilateral treaty. So I take that as sort of a given. So then the real issue is the other aspects of the minimum standard. Because remember, that minimum standard can be met in different ways. The US is going to do it through their LOB provision. Other countries do it through a one of the principal purposes test. Right? That's what the UK uses in its treaties, for example. Right? So what happens then if you have countries that want to use different ways of meeting the minimum standard? And that is right now a controversial issue. In other words, will the US be willing to sign a multilateral treaty that allows another country to meet the minimum standard with a principal purpose test? And in some ways, I would say, well, the US should be pretty relaxed about how other countries choose to protect their domestic tax bases. But the US may say, we want to protect US investors in other countries by not having those countries apply a principal purpose test to them because it's just too subjective. To me, the crucial issue here is what about the countries that are traditionally used for treaty shopping purposes? Those are the ones that I think are critical here. I mean, I don't think the US is used too much for treaty shopping, and so I'm not too concerned about that. But I am concerned about the countries that I've got on the slide here. If they will only sign with respect to their future tax treaties, then I don't think this has been a successful enterprise. They need to be required to sign. As I said, they've all agreed to all of this BEPS material, so I think their feet should be held to the fire, and they should be required to sign. Just to note there that the principal purpose test that's in this minimum standard is already in the commentary on the OECD model treaty. So I don't know why the US objects to it when it's already in the commentary, and the US has not made any observation on the commentary. Those countries that I had on the prior slide, they have made observations on the commentary. So presumably, if we have a multilateral treaty and they sign, those observations have to be deleted or revised. And as I say, the point to me is that, and I don't want to spend too long on this, but we have, in Canada, we've lost tax cases because the taxpayer can argue that if there are no anti-avoidance rules in the treaty itself, that Canada cannot apply its general anti-avoidance rule to stop the treaty abuse because of the fact that the taxpayer argues there's no shared expectation or intention demonstrated in the treaty that it is intended to not be used for treaty abuse. So I think as long as we can get that general statement in a multilateral treaty to that effect, that basically takes all the air out of that argument by the taxpayer. So I think that may be all that is necessary. Okay, so I'm not going to talk about this. I'm going to get to interest deductibility because I think it's more important. How am I doing for time? You haven't given me the hook yet. Okay. So here's a reality check. The reality check is that bilateral treaties are not going to be replaced by a multilateral treaty. At best, the multilateral treaty will amend or modify existing treaties. It will exist side by side with the multilateral treaties. And my understanding is that after the initial enthusiasm of the OECD and the G20 countries about what a multilateral treaty could do, I think they have come to the realization that it's going to be limited to treaty abuse. I think that is my understanding. It will not deal with anything else other than that. But that remains to be seen. The only other thing that I'm aware of is that with respect to country-by-country reporting, and you may know that you need a treaty in order to exchange information for country-by-country reporting. So one of the things that they are talking about at the OECD is the use of a multilateral tax information exchange agreement, the TIEA, that there are a bunch of them out there, they're bilaterals. They're talking about the prospect of a multilateral TIEA in order to be used for the implementation of country-by-country reporting. If they can do that, that's significant, because I think country-by-country reporting is potentially very significant. So, multilateral action, I mean, on all of these topics is important, and we could talk about all of them. The one that we have mentioned a number of times in here today is that second bullet. The UK obviously is not prepared to wait. And that applies to other countries as well. I mean, my own country has proposed unilateral anti-treaty shopping measures. Australia, because we saw from Eric's presentation, I mean, the importance of corporate tax to Australia is much greater than most other countries, and Australia is not prepared to wait with respect to reinforcing their transfer pricing rules. So they're taking some unilateral actions that way. The one that I find fascinating is Action 4, and this report came out in December, and it doesn't make recommendations. So that's the first thing to notice about it. It expresses, however, a very strong preference for interest allocation rules based on a worldwide group's earnings. Now, it suggests that it can be done on the basis of either earnings or assets, but there's obviously a strong preference for earnings. So you take the worldwide earnings of the group and their net interest deductions, and then that would get allocated to all of the entities in the group in proportion to their earnings or their assets. Now, this is, I think, the theoretically right approach to deal with interest deductions. And of course, in the United States, you will notice a certain similarity to some recent proposals that you have had with respect to interest deductibility. Here's some of the things that the report says. Quote, "A consistent approach utilizing international best practices is essential." Quote, "It is anticipated that an interest allocation rule would be applied consistently with all countries applying the rule reaching agreement on the main elements." The main elements being the definition of the group, right? How you measure earnings, how you measure net interest, all of those things. And then they say, quote, "It is anticipated that an interest allocation rule would be implemented in substantially the same way by all countries." Now, I say to you, right, how likely do you think this is? There is not a country in the world that currently has this kind of regime. Right? You've got interest allocation rules, but as far as I understand, they only bite when a dividend comes home. Now, let me tell you about my country. First of all, we don't have group rules. We don't tax on a consolidated basis. We've tried a number of times, but the provinces just won't go along with it. We have interest deductions based on tracing, not on allocation. Right? And of course, for multinationals, we don't deny the deduction of interest to multinational corporations under any circumstances. Now, and we have reasonably effective thin cap rules, because we've talked about in here, right? What's every country concerned about? They're concerned about the foreigners ripping off the tax system. Right? We're not as concerned about giving a subsidy to Canadian companies to invest offshore. And that's, to me, what the interest deduction is. Other things in this report, they're going to apply not just to interest, but to all the economic substitutes for interest. Now, that's not bad for Americans, because you're accustomed to doing that. In my country, legal form governs. Discounts are treated differently than interest. Financial leasing is treated differently. Right? So, for our country to sign on to this would be, the changes that would be necessary in our system would be enormous. Now that's Canada. Right? What about those developing countries? Those poor developing countries? Can you really see them managing a rule like this? Because I can't. I just can't see it. The last thing I'll leave you with, just thinking about this and the likelihood that it's going to happen, and that is this interest allocation report is talking about best practices, right? Well, don't best practices require monitoring? Because what if you have some countries who are not living up to their obligations? And does that mean that what we have is we have a peer review process like we've had for exchange of information? And so the implications of the report on Action 4 are really quite significant, and I don't anticipate that much is going to happen. Thank you.
Okay, we're running a little short on time, so I'm going to go quickly on some comments I had on really two very interesting presentations. So I'll start off by saying we're very happy to have Damika and Brian here, but I should also point out that Damika and Brian are glad to be here. This is Chicago, and I don't have London, Ontario, but this is Hamilton, Ontario, and it's a lot colder. So this has come up a couple of times, and I really think it's an interesting way to do it. Is everybody else's multinational corporations are not paying their fair share of income. I'm going to attribute this to Lee Shepard on the belief that either she said it or it sounds like something she would say. And what I like about the papers is they really do start off with some very common questions. They're talking about the same topic, but they took very different approaches. So when I start off and I say, what are the questions, and Damika does a good job. He says, why is BEPS a problem, and for whom is a problem? And then I'll go just a step further and say, who will the winners and losers be, and then try and focus on what are some of the possible gains. So Damika has a really simple, elegant model trying to tease out when no action, unilateral action, bilateral action, and I'll extend that to multilateral action makes sense. And Damika is perfectly straightforward on saying that this is a highly stylized model and in no way portrays real-world scenarios. And again, we have the policy alternatives, no action, unilateral action, bilateral, multilateral action. And then we have different goals and objectives. So if you listen to Damika, his primary focus is on what I'll call the economist perspective, efficient allocation of ownership patterns, and also to minimize that deadweight loss associated with tax planning and tax compliance. So we have more Mozarts and less tax professors. And in answer to your question, tax professors are even worse because they're the gift that keeps on giving and that they lead to more. But what I want to say is that if you take a broader perspective, then you really do have concerns about whether it's distribution of revenue across country or investment across country, fairness and competitive concerns, and not so much compliance costs, but the cost of aggressive tax planning. So taxpayer morale when you have companies behaving badly. And the results from the stylized model, I think are pretty fascinating. So the no tax world efficient allocation, no tax planning, no CFC rules. All the profits are shifted to the tax haven country. That's the bad news. The good news is there's no distortion in ownership patterns. And the one I find fascinating is the unilateral approach by country A to impose CFC rules. Okay, so we eliminate the income shifting, no distortion, and I kind of appreciate Dhamaka's view that the national welfare for country A could go down, and really there's a really unintended beneficiary, which is country B. So what you'll have there is the potential for gains from trade, as you could imagine, countries lining up and pairing off, and that's our bilateral tax treaty. And it kind of brings us back to a point Alan and others have made this morning, that when you think about the BEPS project, it has the potential to help the United States, but it really has the potential to hurt the United States, especially as those foreign taxes will be eligible for foreign tax credits in the United States. All right, and then if both countries adopt, we have national welfare of both countries increase. All right, and again, Dhamaka's perfectly straightforward on how he defines national welfare. It's the after-tax profits of firm A plus the tax revenue for country A, and he weights them equally, but he acknowledges you could have different weightings. And it's kind of interesting to say, if you were going to design a national welfare function for developed countries or developing countries, how would you do it? And it wouldn't be surprising to me that countries might weigh tax revenues for country A at a higher rate than after-tax profits, so do away with the equal weighting. If you think about the after-tax profits of firm A, who benefits from that? So if 30 or 40% of the shares of firm A are owned by foreigners, again, you would have a much different result on both, particularly on the unilateral action element. So Dhamaka's conclusions: under certain circumstances, unilateral minimizing profit shifting can decrease national welfare. So it'll be interesting to see what countries do in the next couple of years and see empirically whether this is true or not. Gains from coordinated action, I buy that. And then I go back to the key focus that Dhamaka has on minimizing tax planning and compliance cost and non-distorting. So in this simple example, this is the part of the paper that I really smiled, is that if both countries introduce CFC rules, tax planning costs go to zero. So the idea that more CFC rules results in more efficient tax planning cost, I understand how Dhamaka gets there, but in a practical sense, I think that's real clear. All right, and then the benefits from increasing or redistributing revenue via BEPS are less clear. And here I probably differ slightly from Dhamaka in that I can see how you define national welfare, how you weight different elements may result in the BEPS project having more purchase to it. All right, and then transition to Brian's presentation. Again, similar questions, different focus. I perfectly agree with Brian that the feasibility and the desirability of multilateral treaties is a question that is a lot more difficult than just saying we should all get together and try this. I kind of like the application to different types of issues, and it's clear that treaty abuse may be one candidate. But once you go beyond that, I think it's going to be a lot harder. But what Brian's paper made me think about was not so much the sort of on-off switch, the multilateral versus unilateral, is the interaction between unilateral and multilateral actions and multilateral actions and unilateral actions. So my favorite is the FATCA legislation that the United States introduced unilaterally. They did it to combat offshore tax evasion. They used the tools that they used before for tracing terrorist financing. And what I found fascinating about that is neither Treasury nor Congress, when they passed it, ever thought it would lead to multilateral action. And if they did, they would never have, Congress, I'm convinced, would never have passed it. But you can look at other things like the UK diverted profits tax and that unilateral action. And the question is that going to lead to more unilateral action for other countries, or is it going to lead to more multilateral action. So you can see how it can facilitate country-by-country reporting might be a good example, encourage, or in that case, to force. And you can see it the other way around, multilateral to unilateral action. And here's what I think may turn out to be the major achievement of the BEPS project is not changes done on a multilateral level, but changes done in certain countries on a unilateral level. And I think you saw that in changes in domestic legislation in all types of countries, whether it's Ireland or the Netherlands, whether it's new legislation, because the BEPS project has given political legitimacy in the tax legislative process in many countries to address these issues. Okay, we have time for about 10 minutes of questions. Ed? Wait a minute. Dominica, are you going to respond?
Well, could I say just a couple of things very briefly? So should I turn this on? So on the first point, so thank you so much for those comments. On the point about more CFC rules reducing tax planning costs, that I intend to be a charitable assumption in the sense that it's making the best case for multilateral action. Of course, if you make the rules more complex, I'm assuming that's successful. And that may be too much of an assumption, but it's intended to be charitable towards the project. There is this New Yorker cartoon with a caption as this new regulation is going to completely change the way we get around it. That's the kind of thing that happens, things may be different. Secondly, I don't think that we necessarily differ on the desirability of the redistribution of revenues so much as on whether that redistribution should be bundled with other elements of the BEPS package. To me, it's conceptually somewhat separable, and perhaps we should think of it that way. That's good. Thank you very much.
Okay. Let me just say one more thing that I'm going to add. So if I look at the BEPS project, one of the goals is to better match economic activity and taxable income in a particular country. Well, then I think the winners and losers are going to be interesting, but I think a lot of developing countries will be winners with sort of a new way of trying to figure out whether it's source rules or trying to figure out application, and they're the tax revenues matter. And then I could say the other key factor in the weighting is not just tax revenues, but how are the tax revenues used? So tax revenues are used for infrastructure improvement, education. Well, that's really going to improve national welfare. If it just ends up in a Swiss bank account of certain of the elites, well, that's clearly going to decrease national welfare. Ed?
A real quick observation about Eric's remarks and a question to Dominica. I was on the Hill for FATCA, and under penalties of perjury, I will tell you that I told people that the U.S. was creating a model for the rest of the world also to adopt, and that a few years from now, every major financial institution would report income to every major jurisdiction around the world, and that was the model to which we were moving. Nonetheless, it remains the case that my having said that, it is perfectly fair to say that Congress neither understood nor intended that. But the question to Dominica is the empirical data about BEPS income shifting, where the numbers have gone down over time in different empirical reviews. And I don't understand, intuitively it seems to me there must be a floor effect that's going on and maybe unobserved. So that if you start with the U.S. at 35% and you reduce its tax rate to 25%, you can ask how much more income suddenly appears in the United States. And that gives you a proxy for how much BEPS activity was going on before. But if at the same time, there's only one other country, Fredonia, Fredonia goes from 20% to 10%, you're still going to do all the BEPS planning you did before, and you'd see zero change in the United States, and you would score that as, you see, there's no BEPS planning going on, when exactly the opposite is true. And that second hypothesis is, I think, closer to reality in a world where foreign rates, at least as seen by U.S. firms, have come way down, not by virtue of their statutory regimes, but by virtue of all their stateless income planning, so that U.S. firms see single-digit effective rates, and you wouldn't see that unless I must be misunderstanding how the studies work.
Well, no, I think that is a great point. So let me just paraphrase to see if I understood correctly. So, in these types of studies, one thing that's changed over time is initially researchers just looked across countries. They looked at a cross-section of countries at one given point in time, and they observed that the low-tax Fredonia has a lot of reported income. The more recent studies look over time within countries. So what they do, so one potential criticism, which I think you're making and which I think is reasonable up to a point, is that if there are countries in the sample that are low tax for the entire period on the study, then there's always a lot of tax, there's always a lot of income shifting.
Shenanigans.
Yes. And those, that doesn't change over time. And these studies try to pick up changes within a country over time. The reason they try to do that, though, is because we want to try to separate out the effects of Fredonia's tax characteristics from the effects of Fredonia's non-tax characteristics. And if we just see a lot of income being reported there all the time, we can't disentangle those two. So in a sense, we are. So I think your point is, well, we're missing some of the income shifting.
You're missing the bulk of it, in fact, because I would argue, and you're, and I'm not sure when you look at the low tax, are you looking at statutory rates, or are you looking at actual income booked? You look at
these typically look. So if we think about studies on the European data, it's using not taxable, not income from tax returns, but financial income.
Right. So we have no idea what's really going on. I'm sure.
True, but in most of the sample countries, there's a lot of book tax involved. So this may be a reasonable approximation, and it's looking not at effective but statutory rates.
So all the stateless income planning is invisible.
That's true, but the question is, well, how does income shifting change when countries' tax rates change? And that is the question they're answering. And if the question is how much income shifting is there, this is not necessarily giving a complete picture. But on the other hand, there isn't a rigorous. This is an approach that is consistent with the standards of rigor that prevail in contemporary social science and empirical research. And if we see all of this income being reported all the time if we're doing that, we just don't know what to make. We might suspect that it's tax planning, but
it's a follow-up to what Ed is saying. I come at it from a slightly different point of view. One of the challenges, so I think it's a really important question, how much base erosion profit shifting there is and how much this matters. I think what maybe got my back up a little bit is the delusion that maybe it's not that important. And the reason is similar to what Ed said. So if you come at it with the frictions model in mind, that there are these incentives to shift income to a low tax jurisdiction, but it's costly to do so. So you start off with your U.S. organized startup, which can't even handle the friction of having to organize in the Cayman Islands. As the business grows, that friction is a relatively fixed cost, and at some point it becomes worthwhile to engage in some stateless income planning. But the friction is not a continuous friction. It's discontinuous and it's lumpy. And as firms get over one hurdle and say, all right, we're going to invest in some transfer pricing, and they do that, well, then they've done that. And I think what Ed's point is, once they've done that, then the change in tax rate in the low tax jurisdiction is not going to lead to as much income elasticity in this kind of panel data.
As long as the low income rate is sufficiently low,
right?
So
they've kind of maxed out on the planning, at least at that level. Maybe there's more that they could do, but it's just too costly. But there are clearly frictions in the model that keep that mean that Apple's true tax rate is not zero; it's 9%.
whatever it is.
Absolutely. So just a couple points in response. So one is, I think in economic terminology, right, what you're pointing to is what you might call inframarginal shifting. It's a shifting that happens not in response to changes in tax rates, but at an inframarginal level. There's clearly, there's obviously some of that, but we just don't know how much.
We know there's $2 trillion of PRE, so that gives you an order of magnitude. And we know a lot about how that's grown. So just using the U.S. The U.S. is a unique natural experiment because of PRE. In a territorial country, financial accounting doesn't give you any information about the amount of stateless income plans. But by convenience, the U.S. does. And so we do know there's a tremendous amount going on. $2 trillion is still real money.
Oh, absolutely. But there are a couple of other pieces of evidence that are also relevant. One is that you mentioned friction. So frictions do seem to be very important in these samples of multinational firm affiliates that I've worked with and others have worked with. There's a surprisingly large fraction of multinational groups that do not have any tax gain affiliates. You might think, this is a very low cost thing to do, but 40%, 50% or so do not. And so presumably those frictions are actually important, which means that they're actually binding for a lot of firms. Also, for a lot of multinational groups. Also, we haven't seen a collapse in corporate tax revenue in the way that we might have expected if BEPS activity were exported. So that it seems to be broadly consistent with BEPS not having increased as much as people think. However, having said that, I think all of these points about and I certainly acknowledge in the paper that I cited that these concerns about inframarginal shifting are very valid, and it's one issue that this literature needs to grapple with. My role is not so much to advocate for this literature, but simply to report on what it says. So, as a more of a messenger here.
Okay, any more questions? If not, I'm going to turn it over to Eric Toder, who's going to wrap it up.
Okay. Well, it's not quite 0 degrees where I came from, but it's certainly been very pleasant to be here. So I really appreciated the chance to do this in the Tax Policy Center. We've been doing these joint conferences in California for a number of years, and with UCLA a few times, and we've really enjoyed the collaboration, and we look forward to more in the future. There are a few people I would like to thank in particular: Eric Zolt and Jason Lowe and Steve Bank and others at UCLA, and Kirk Stark, who helped organize this, along with my colleague Len Berman. Rachel Estrada, who did the logistics here, and Blake Green and Joey Title down at the Tax Policy Center. So they've sort of made everything go smoothly, and Lowell Milliken Institute for helping them to fund this program. One announcement, dinner is at 6:30 at the Napa Valley Grill. That's very close to the W Hotel, so we'll all be seeing some of us here anyway. And I guess on a concluding note, I think we've learned a lot today. I found it very interesting. And, thank you all.